I am live. Welcome, everyone. I'm Ronald, the rules lawyer. I have been a YouTube creator that has talked mostly about my favorite RPG, Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And I already see that there is a question that I know a lot of people who are watching this will have in the chat. Why do videos on these negative... Why call attention to videos that are negative about Pathfinder 2e from years ago? And it's a good question, and I knew I was going to open with that. I have on my screen right now a incognito window in my internet browser where I typed in a search for Pathfinder RPG review. And besides the paid ad by Wizards of the Coast, has nothing to do with what I requested. After that is the single video that has, the video with the second most views about Pathfinder 2nd Edition on YouTube, which is that by a creator called Puffin Forest. Puffin Forest is mostly you can say he's a D&D creator, but more like he does animated memorable stories from his RPG games, which mostly are D&D, sounds like. And in this video, he talks about why he is not going to be playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition anymore. And when I do a search for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, one of the top reviews is by a creator named Taking20, who was the person covering Pathfinder 2nd Edition with the biggest viewer base in the first year of the edition. And he also... Okay, and then when I do this search, his video, Why I Am Quitting Pathfinder, comes up. So these are videos that get a lot of attention and a lot of people looking for information about Pathfinder 2nd Edition, especially with the open gaming license scandal from Wizards of the Coast at the beginning of the year. These are some of the first videos that they see because of their subscriber bases being so large. This is a Reddit post from January titled Taking20 and Puffin Forest, 5e Migrants Misled, where that has 1,300 net upvotes, where a lot of people talk in the thread about having not played Pathfinder 2nd Edition or being discouraged from trying it for years, and they only were now trying it because they've decided to not support Wizards of the Coast anymore, and saying that they were deceived by those videos and kind of angry and resentful, not happy that those videos had misled them. And these videos, as you can see, still get a lot of viewership now. Okay, here's a post by one of the leaders within Paizo, Michael Sayer, the design manager, who said that who thanks the community. This is a Reddit post from 8 months ago, who thanks the community for being supportive and enthusiastic about the system, and says that they had just gone through several challenges, many of them related to COVID. But he also lists streamers with subscriber bases more than twice the size of the entire PF1 consumer base, Pathfinder 1st Edition consumer base, at its height, made PF2 dunk videos to boost their followings at Paizo's expense. So this is something that, at least among one of the leaders of Paizo, something that they thought has had a negative effect on Pathfinder 2nd Edition's potential finding players. Now, when we look at the thumbnail, I don't know if boosting viewers at Pathfinder's expense may be fair towards Puffin Forest. His thumbnail is kind of neutral. But for Taking20, he definitely has a, very attention-getting, I want to click that thumbnail saying why he's quitting Pathfinder. So this is, I hope to create a resource for people who are working to convince their groups to try Pathfinder 2nd Edition, who say that, oh, I had watched that video where it sounded like it was really complicated. I'm already having enough trouble in D&D 5e tracking my modifiers. Or people saying, I do support having a game that has more tactical options, but it sounds like the greater tactical depth of Pathfinder 2e is illusory. Whenever those phrases are said, one can almost certainly credit one of these two videos for fostering that opinion. And I want to have a stream where I walk through these videos and respond to the points that they make. I'm going to eventually timestamp it so that people can go to the TLDW parts of what I say about each video. So it can be a resource. And, you know, in general, discussion, open, civil disagreements, I think, help everybody understand more why they like what they like. And we don't all have to like the same system. I actually think that for both of these creators, Pathfinder 2nd Edition may not be something that they like, and they certainly are free to decide that they dislike it and choose on and move on. But I think since this is their last word and their word is being read or watched by a lot of people, I think as a person who's a creator who promotes Pathfinder 2e, who's a Pathfinder advocate, I would be remiss not to say something more directly about them. Now, I have an indirect response. Well, actually not that indirect. In the case of Puffin Forest, I did a YouTube short. You can find it where I respond to his video really in a 1 minute. And then I have a hour and a half combat sample combat from Pathfinder 2nd Edition that is a full rebuttal, I feel, to Taking20's second video, where he used a combat example to make some points about negative points about Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I make a combat response, and I go through the combat in detail. People can find that by searching Illusion of Choice Rules Lawyer. I'm going to end the current poll that I just started in the comments. It looks like half of the people watching have not seen the Puffin Forest video yet, and that 3/4 of the people have seen at least one of the Taking20 videos. Okay, so I apologize as I, try to engage and read things. Hi, Tabletop Bro, I see you're here. Yes, the thumbnail slaps. Thank you. Okay, this is not great content. But I do want to engage with people. So I'll just read them out. That's what I'll do. I'll read them out so that people are not reading their phones can hear. I read some earlier comments. Sebastian Orozco Quintero saying Puffin Forest seems like the guy that would be better off playing Fate or Powered by the Apocalypse system. I don't know why roleplay heavy gamers go for 5e or even PF. I would tend to agree with that statement. The very first comment, Retro Dibus, says, I was a little sad about Puffin's video, but it was understandable. Taking20 I unsubbed long ago because of constant clickbait and multiple instances where I acted, let's say, not the most polite. Okay. I'm going to have to skim through these just because I can't respond to everybody. Oh, hi, Ruler. Thank you for the donation. Saying, just wanted to say hi and hope that the library is okay. It is open, I'll say that much, and we are... because we are occupying to keep UC Berkeley's anthropology library open to prevent this public college from closing one of the only public anthropology library in the country. I have been sleeping there 90% of the time. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm skimming because I'll be going through, these videos. I don't want to make this too long. I mean, we have over 2 hours of video content to watch. Okay. Talk to each other. Yeah. Talk to each other. Comment with each other because I can't read all of your comments. Yeah. Mario says Puffin's video delayed my PF2 journey by a lot. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who can say that. Okay. All right, cool. Yes, this is a live stream, Flame Loud. Yes, you are live. You're interacting with me. Okay, so on to what we, the main event. Hold on. I also want to say, well, I think I already said this. Okay, first let me start playing this video and let's test the sound levels.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everyone.
Ooh.
Today the video I have coming out is a review of
that loud?
Pathfinder 2nd Edition.
Is that too loud? How's the volume? It's too loud for me. I'm asked by Kameni Pikachu, what are my thoughts on the OSR? I think I have not had a real chance yet to play an OSR game, and I want to reach out to, there's some OSR channels that I want. Okay, I've been running a Pathfinder 2nd Edition series on my Patreon for teaching and running Pathfinder 2nd Edition with some big D&D creators. I'm hoping with that kind of mini community I'm creating, we have our own Discord server, that we can try some other games. And I'm working with Tabletop Pro, who's in the chat, about possibly having some of those players also try a Powered by the Apocalypse game, maybe Dungeon World. Similarly, I'm hoping some of us can try, because some of the players are also most of their tabletop experiences with D&D 5th edition. I hope they can join me on my first journey of actually playing an OSR game. I put that invite out there. There's actually a few creators. One of them I reached out to who said he couldn't do it. But I think it needs to be run by somebody who has experience running the system, and I do want to experience it. I do think that one of the complaints about 5e not being deadly enough, I just know the thrill that I felt when I was running old school D&D with some of my middle schoolers of rolling the damage die. They just got hit by a goblin of all things. And when I was rolling the d6 and them knowing they only had like 4 hit points, that was a very tense die roll and exciting. I think that they're having a deadly game has its appeal. But I don't know if... Anyway, it's group dependent. There's a danger of being too deadly for some players. Okay, that's my long response. Okay. Someone said that the video is a bit quiet and low, so I'm gonna up it a bit. And how's this?
I've been sitting on my notes and thoughts for the longest time.
How's that?
Originally, I decided to
Actually,
write some notes on
for me.
Pathfinder a while ago, thinking to myself I might have a thing or two to say about it. And then once the
How's
notes
this?
passed
How's this volume now?
9,000 words or about 15 pages, I'm like,
Is
okay,
that all right?
apparently
Okay. Poi fix, someone says. Okay. I think I should just jump in. I have these little notes that I want to follow. Make sure I don't forget anything. Here we go. So I want to say he had put out... This comes out, I think, 1 month after Pathfinder 2nd Edition's release. A month earlier, he had a first impressions video that was pretty excited and positive. Then he comes out with this video, and half of you have not watched it yet. I'll just say, yeah, this video did discourage a lot of people from trying Pathfinder 2nd Edition, so that's my preface. Here we go. Oh, and as you can see, I have a Chrome plugin that shows downvotes, and this has a significant number. Like 10% is, including mine, 10% or what's that, 8%, 7% downvotes is pretty significant for a video, given that downvotes are not displayed by YouTube anymore. So I'll just say that. So we're not, anyway, if you have a negative reaction, you're not the only one. Okay.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everyone. Today, the video I have coming out is a review of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I've been sitting on my notes and thoughts for the longest time. Originally, I decided to write some notes on Pathfinder a while ago, thinking to myself I might have a thing or two to say about it. And then, once the notes passed 9,000 words, or about 15 pages, I'm like, okay, apparently I have a lot of things to say about it. The first time I saw it, I liked it, and then I read some more, I went to not liking it, and then I played it some more, and arrived here where I was. Are you ready to ride on this roller coaster? Woo! Yeah. I've now been playing it for a few months between 2 groups, so I think I have a better grasp on the system and what it's about, while the other video that I had originally made was a first impressions, and this video is just to kind of compare and think about the new stuff and talk about how my opinion has changed since I've played it. There were actually a lot of surprises I had in between when I first read the book versus how the game actually plays. And just a disclaimer, I'm not a Pathfinder first edition expert. I played first edition like 10 times and read it for fun. So if you're looking for an in-depth discussion on how the 2 editions are different, this is not that video. I have the most familiarity with 5th edition, so that is going to be my point of context. And I'm going to be making a lot of comparisons to 5e because of it. So let's get started. This video is going to fix some of my opinions on Pathfinder.
Sorry, I just want to be precise. And he said something about his experience. Was it mostly 5e? I just want to nail down. I want to be accurate. I'm not the best content. I'm not going to have those big, epic rants where I don't flub over my sentences. I'm just going to try to be as true to myself and my words as possible. That has its own appeal, so here we go.
So that is going to be my point. This is Reddit for fun. So if you're looking for an in-depth discussion on how the two editions are different, this is not that video. I have the most familiarity with 5th edition, so that is going to be my point of context. And I'm going to be making a lot of comparisons to 5e because of it. So let's get started. This video is going to fix some of my opinions on Pathfinder. One of the major new designs, which I want to start talking about right off the bat, is their 3 action system, which I absolutely love, and it's a really nice major innovation that they've done, where on a player's turn, instead of having different action types like move, standard, bonus, there are just 3 actions. Different things cost either 1 or more actions, but they're all equal. They could be interchanged however you want. This allows players to be more flexible because they could move, attack, and then move again, or attack, move, attack, or let's say that they're getting grabbed or on fire. They could use one action to escape the grapple, then the next action to hit them back, and then move away. Now you might be asking, what's to stop me from just using all of my actions to attack? Well, 2nd edition Pathfinder has the multi-attack penalty, where when you make repeated attacks, you get a -5 penalty for the 2nd attack and a -10 penalty for the 3rd. It helps to encourage people to be more creative with their actions, so that way they're using their last action, which probably won't hit, to get into position, aid an ally, or cast a simple spell. What I like about it is that it gives the player some interesting choices, and because all the actions are usable, they feel like they're not wasting anything. While if you're playing something like D&D, you make a move, and then often there's no need to use a move action again, so it gets wasted each round, which I didn't really necessarily have a big problem with. Like, I still enjoy D&D 5e system, but I do have to admit, like, this one, it adds a lot more versatility. And in addition, makes spells in combat more viable, because since spells are 2 actions, it lets you cast a spell and then maybe attack someone. Moving on to another topic. A big theme of Pathfinder 2nd edition is choice. There are many pieces of this puzzle, which is your character.
Okay, so 3-action economy, that is a very shared opinion, widely shared, including among people who end up not liking Pathfinder in the end. I see the question, is this going to be a VOD? I think so. I might have edited versions of this video, but usually if you go to my channel and go and click, instead of the videos, click the live tab, you'll see live streams.
And you can put them together like Lego blocks. At first level, even if you're a martial character, you get to pick your race, ancestry, race feat, class feat, class subspecialization. Each race has several ancestries and several feats. So, for example, if you had 2 dwarves at first level, let's ignore everything else, class, items, backgrounds, etc. Just dwarves. You first pick one of 5 heritages, and then you pick a race feat, one of 6 options. So, we just have 2 dwarves, no stats, no background, nothing else, and we already have 30 different kinds of dwarves you could make. Making a character in Pathfinder is a lot like being a kid and looking over toy catalogs, just salivating about all the different things you could pick. Then with the classes, at first level they will often have their own version of a subspecialist. Most martial classes don't, but classes like the Alchemist have their research field, Druids have a Druidic order, and then they get a special class feat. So if you were a ranger, you'd pick a Hunter's Edge, which could be Flurry, Precision, or Outwit, plus one of 5 feats: Animal Companion, Crossbow Ace, Hunted Shot, Monster Hunter, or Twin Takedown. Just to sum it up, there's theoretically another 15 different combinations out there. If we combine the two, we're up to 450 different kinds of Dwarf Rangers we can have at first level. If you were going to start with 2 Dwarf Rangers, odds are, just without anything else, they'd be very different. You could have one Death Warden Dwarf with Unburdened Iron and Flurry Hunter's Edge, who fights using Twin Takedown, versus an Ancient Blooded Dwarf who's a Dwarven Lore Specialist with Outwit Hunter's Edge, giving him deception bonuses and a faithful animal companion. Once again, this is just first level, and still totally ignoring their background and skills. And it goes up from there. When you level up in D&D, you might get an ability or 2. In Pathfinder 2nd edition, you will often get a platter of new powers and abilities, as well as at least 1 feat per level, sometimes 2. There's never a level where you just get the next thing. Every level is a plethora of options that open up to you as you make choices to determine who your character is going to be. There are 4 feat categories: class feats, ancestry feats, general feats, and skill feats.
So I'll just say he's liking a lot of the choices you make in making your character. And I see some comments, how is this an infamous video? We haven't gotten to the infamous part yet.
migrants. If you're confused by this, don't worry. There's also quick build options in the core rulebook, where if you're a dumbass like me and you don't like making decisions, it will make some suggestions and different builds on how to create your character. That way you don't get lost in the myriad of options. The book is also gorgeously laid out. The sidebar is great for navigating. Another interesting thing which kind of surprised me is they got rid of multi-class and replaced it with multi-class feats. They are feats that let you take some minor abilities of another class. I haven't actually used them, so I can't really judge them, but it seems to be fine. I mean, there's already so many option combinations that I kind of doubt, for me personally, is going to be a big deal. Now, the next thing I'm going to be moving on to and talking about is focus spells.
Okay, someone makes a good point, which is that we have 218 watching, but only 90 likes. We need more likes because this will boost it, get it in front of more eyeballs. So everybody like the video. Also, okay, just on today's agenda, what the agenda is, we're going to watch Puffin Forest first. At some point, I may stop watching this video because it's 47 minutes long, and I think it gets past his main point at some point. Then we'll watch Taking20's first video called Why I'm Quitting Pathfinder Because of This Issue. And then watch his second video where, because he got a lot of responses, including video responses to that first video, he puts out a second video as a follow-up. One of the he simultaneously to his first video, he also was ending the Pathfinder 2e campaign that he was running. He was running a campaign for some people who had been supporting his Patreon. One of the players in that group reached out to me before today's stream and gave me some information about what happened in that game, and I'm going to be sharing that during the stream. So I just want to let people know that. Okay, so I'm going to continue with this video.
And focus spells were probably one of the biggest surprises that I had going into the first impressions video and this video. Was I didn't realize just how big of a deal they were to the system of 2nd edition. Explaining the system, focus spells are a new mechanic, and the characters will have access to focus points that they can use to cast the spells from. These focus points recharge back when the characters take 10 minutes to just rest and recover. Before, in Pathfinder 1st edition, they had all these magical abilities that came from like a cleric domain or a paladin's lay on hands, and basically they technically weren't a spell but gave you some kind of magical ability that you could use multiple times a day. Now all of those minor abilities are handled by the focus spell system, where you can use them, spend 10 minutes to refocus, and then use them again. Instead of having just spells and then kind of your base abilities, you now have this entire new system that handles all of that all the characters reference. Also, one of the interesting things is stats, like how they developed it, and it's actually really refreshing coming off of D&D. It's really cool to see how the system handles those, making all of them more valuable to each class. Intelligence is used to determine the number of skills you're proficient in, and wisdom can now be used with initiative as perception. And now Dex is nerfed because there's no initiative stat and it no longer adds to damage. I mean, all the stats are not equally weighted, but the stat adjustments make unusual builds more viable. One of the major interesting features is the condition system and how they've handled it here. Pathfinder 1st edition had a lot of conditions, and they've been expanded on in 2nd edition. Many tabletop RPGs have status effects like stunned, prone, deafened, and so on. D&D has 15. The 2nd edition has really expanded on them with 48. These status effects can be anything like stunned, clumsy, confused, quickened, stupefied, dazzled, restrained, fatigued, social effects like helpful, hostile, to they even have like line of sight conditions such as concealed and undetected. These status effects now bear a lot of the mechanical burden of Pathfinder because different attacks and environmental conditions and whatnot will now refer to these conditions, saying things like haste now gives someone quickened condition. If someone gets hit with a poison, it might give them clumsy 4 condition, and clumsy 4 gives them a -4 to all dexterity-based checks. However, because they've decided to do it this way, it does make the game a lot harder to learn because the information that you need is a lot more spread out. You might have a character throw down a smoke bomb, making everything concealed, but then have to look up what the concealed status effect does, meaning that all of the details of the item are not in the item description, but it's split up into multiple locations.
Okay. This definitely has been a criticism leveled at Pathfinder, particularly the core rulebook, to this day. This video also just came out 1 month after Pathfinder was released, and so this having to flip pages and cross-reference, there weren't many tools out there. The beginner box was not out yet. I mean, I think because I know the rules now, and I've been doing a rules lawyer channel, I'm now familiar with the vast majority of the conditions like the back of my hand. But there is more of a learning curve. To learning Pathfinder, there are more terms. However, I feel like because of the greater tactical depth and detail that there is, it in the end reduces time. D&D has the practice of putting the entire explanation of, say, swallowing or whatever in the stat block itself. And that means using more real estate in the monster stat block for explaining things. And that has its drawbacks, meaning that's room for, interesting abilities. So it has its pros and cons. And I acknowledge that, but I think that having the tools to learn and get past the learning curve, which I think the beginner box does, can make, in the end, Pathfinder, if you're looking for interesting combat, easier to run. But you just have to get past that learning curve, and the beginner box definitely helps with that. Okay, play.
Actually, over time, I found it makes a lot of sense that they do it that way. In D&D, sometimes there are these monsters that will have these abilities that reference certain spells, or sometimes there are these mechanics that get repeated over and over, like this clay golem gets the effects of this hate spell, when really it makes more sense that there needs to be some other third mechanic that everything can reference. And although 48 conditions sounds like it's a staggering number to keep track of, some are pretty straightforward and get used over and over. Like, you only have to know a few off the top of your head. Flat-footed is pretty common, as well as stunned, blinded, dazed, grabbed, and concealed. And once you know those conditions, a lot of abilities will call back to them, and you can get different combinations, like something that makes you flat-footed and grabbed, or poisoned and clumsy. But it can also end up making a web of rules. Like, someone might cast the invisibility spell, which you have to look up, and it says that the invisibility spell gives the invisibility condition, which says that you have the undetected condition, which means that enemies that attack you have the flat-footed condition, and the enemies attacking you have a 50-50 auto miss chance.
Okay, hold on, let me slow down. First, he explained my point better than I did just now about when you have a referent, something that is a defined condition, you no longer have to read the ability over and over again. With the clay golem, the other ability, you don't have to read a new paragraph each time you encounter a new stat block. You can just be like, oh, I know what that is because I have studied it. So it actually quickens place sometimes. But he's talking about the interrelatedness of rules here right now. He's using invisibility as an example. He's already kind of overcomplicating it because when you attack someone who's invisible, you're flat-footed. You don't need to... Flat-footed only affects... It's only important when you are attacked by the invisible creature. So he just kind of threw in an extra detail there that wasn't necessary. In play, you just need to know how the condition affects the immediate rule situation. You don't need to list off everything about the invisibility spell. Anyway.
As you can see, can sometimes be a web of status effects, but it's all logical. It makes sense. I was able to follow it. Plus, there's also the diseases, which I have fun playing with. There's no instant magic cure available at low levels. When I had the group traveling over land, there was one particularly hilarious moment when in our adventuring group, one of the players had a fight, and it was revealed that one of the players had gotten tetanus, and it was like, yeah, you guys have been fighting these skeletons with rusted weapons, and this society doesn't have vaccines. Of course you get tetanus. So I had some fun with that. Now we're going to be moving on to skills. In D&D, you are either proficient or not proficient, and that's mostly it. The advantage of that is it sets an upper limit on where the DM should expect your skills to be, but the problem is it's limited in its customization. Pathfinder has a new tier system with skill, where you can go up in ranks on a skill between trained, expert, master, and legendary. Each one offers you an additional +2 to the skill. As you level up, you get skill increases, which increase one of your skill ranks or gain a proficiency in a new skill. This allows for kind of a mix of both, where you can mix and match, customize your character, but you don't have to fiddle with it as much, dripping out these 1-point bonuses each level. And because there's a predictable spread for your skills, your DM gets to have a rough estimate about where he should expect the party to be for power balancing reasons. One thing that's very unusual coming off of D&D 5e is big numbers. When you're proficient in something, you add your level to the bonus. Numbers in Pathfinder scale up very quickly. So my players were 7th level, and they were running around with anywhere minimum +9, because at 7th level +2 if they were the lowest trained with no ability score bonus, and all the way up to 16 if they were a master with max ability score. So their proficient skill was somewhere between 9 to 16. I couldn't imagine playing the game above 10th level. Man, the numbers are going to get really big above 10th. This creates big swaths of power between the levels, because something 5 levels higher than the players will suddenly have at least a +5 to everything, plus skill bonus ranks. So if they're 7th level, something at 1st level almost can't hit them, no matter how hard it tries, and an enemy at 12th level is almost like nigh untouchable. There's a window between 4th to 10th, which is kind of a fair challenge, and it's a good fight. But fortunately, Pathfinder 2nd Edition gives adjustment rules, so that way you can take the traps and enemies that are too low level or high level and adjust them easily on the fly, so that you can have a fair challenge. The one downside to adjusting them is it did feel like kind of chasing the players around, like what's the point of the high numbers? I almost feel like a shady businessman who, when you ask how much is it, he responds, I don't know how much you got. But that's an RPG for you. I can't complain about that, because it's like, wow, how coincidental that you happen to be fighting a 1st level encounter at 1st level. How convenient. So it comes with the territory. But interestingly, the large numbers are an important part of the game's design because of another major design feature of Pathfinder, the +10 crit miss rule, where if
yeah, he just kind of admitted what the point kind of / complaint he was making of the big numbers and the big how you kind of it's meta that your 5th level party will encounter challenges of your level. That's not limited to Pathfinder. And well, he didn't say that, but I mean, this is true with any game with level 1 to 20. You're just going to happen at level 20 to probably be dealing with, you know, demon lords, etc. So I don't know if that... Anyway, that wasn't a thing that is necessarily going to discourage people from trying this game who are interested in it.
Have a DC or to hit and you roll 10 above the target DC, it's a critical success. Huzzah! And if you roll 10 below, that's a critical fail. Oh no! What that means is it makes the power gaps between the levels even larger, as if a monster has a huge bonus, suddenly it's rolling a 14 and critting, which means that it can fly up to someone, roll 2 crits easily, and very quickly take down a character. It's a way of having martial characters keep pace with the spellcasters. In addition, all the spells will have crit success and crit fail effects.
Okay, so he just said there's going to be a lot more crits, and also that this is a way for marshals to keep up with spellcasters. Sorry, I'm just kind of processing what he's saying. Just kind of slowing things down a bit. I'll keep playing.
Sometimes it's either negating all the damage if you crit succeed, or other times it's like you get hit with a curse, and because you crit fail, the curse is now permanent. This design makes all the bonuses that you're getting really valuable, because if someone has a +10 to their diplomacy, they're probably going to persuade anyone they talk to, so why would they bother putting extra ranks into it? But if you increase it to +15, you're way more likely to crit, so your bonus, even at high levels, is still very valuable, even though you can kind of technically succeed with both. One of the other effects of the big numbers is that these bonuses help to protect player specializations. Let's say that the players need to sneak in somewhere and steal something. If you're not proficient in something, you're not doing it. For example, if the Lore Master Bard decides to try and roll the DC 30 check to see if he can figure out where this secret tomb is, the Barbarian is not just going to accidentally figure it out with a lucky die roll because it's just too high for him. And
yep, he's making good positive comments about the big rift in numbers. It's kind of the counter to bounded accuracy, which has its own appeal. But yeah, in 5e, where you don't have that huge spread of numbers, your proficiency bonus gives you something between +2 and +6. You're not going to have the barbarian who specializes in athletics, try to open a stuck door and fail, and the wizard comes up and roll a 20. So that's true.
And on the one hand, that kind of makes sense, because why would this barbarian suddenly be able to translate these ancient runes and figure out the answer?
Oh, and why am I playing through all this? I think we got to be fair. We're going to be negative about this video, so I think it's only fair to go through this part. So we're building up here. We're gearing up.
just because of a lucky roll. Like, it kind of makes sense, but some people like all the players kind of having a shot at it. So it's a mixed bag. It's a double-edged sword. Some people like it, some people don't. I think I kind of prefer the D&D version of it, but I get the purpose of it. I get that the point is that it helps to protect player specialization. Like, that's what it's there for, and it's doing its job. Moving on to my next subject is magic items, because if you're going to be playing Pathfinder 2nd Edition, it's...
Okay, before we move on, something you didn't mention too is that if you have some piece of knowledge and you want the players to roll Arcana to see if they know it, you can say that barbarian who's trained in Arcana can't even succeed because you have levels of proficiency. You can be trained, expert, master. The wizard who's a master in it, the GM can say, well, you can give it a shot. And I appreciate that as a tool. And I think most players would appreciate that too. Thank you, Ivan, for the donation. Hi, Rules Lawyer, you should make a Foundry mod video for 2023. I've been told that, yes, my previous video is 2 years old. It's outdated. I hope it's still helpful. There's still a video I made of setting up Foundry and as a Pathfinder GM that I think might still be relevant because it's kind of a walkthrough. But in the meantime, people who join my server can go to the VTT Advice text channel and see a list of my current mods. Okay, I'll keep playing.
It's gotta be for the magic items, because coming off of D&D 5e, it's so nice to have all these items available to us. Like, let me tell you, they finally made gold actually valuable, and it lets you customize and outfit your character, which is just like every other RPG known to man, except for 5e. I mean, don't get me wrong, D&D is valuable for like spell components in 5e and like scrolls and potions and stuff, but it's helpful there. But I mean, man, like, you don't get to outfit anything. You don't get to get like special weapons and special armors and stuff. That's kind of disappointing. Here in Pathfinder, there are a plethora of magic items and gear, and not only that, but they offer gear in different levels, so that there's a low-level Dragonhide shield, and the price goes up by level, getting you more and more expensive and more powerful. So it lets you really customize your character's gear, and I was really excited to be getting into it, but I found out, like, the more I played, I'm not really, like, it's interesting, okay, looking over all the items, I found that I didn't do it as much as I thought I would. Then there's also crafting. If you don't want to spend your gold on items, well, all of your gold, you can take your downtime days to craft gear that you need as long as you have the required feats, proficiencies, and instructions. One of the things I want to move on to and talk about a little bit is opportunity attacks. I really like how they changed opportunity attacks, allowing only certain classes like fighters to pick up that ability, and not all characters start with it as a default. One of the big advantages of this is that it lets players kind of dance around the battlefield, getting into strategic positions and aiding allies, and makes players more active in combat, setting up allies for bonuses. Returning back to the high numbers, because of the 3-action system, multi-attack penalty, and how attacks scale according to your level, the combination of all those rules definitely changes the way that I have to think about organizing combat. Originally, when I would run tabletop RPGs in combat, I like to use swarms, where I use hordes of little guys, and that is just not how Pathfinder is designed. In D&D, I would put 15 enemies onto the board and roll all 15 attacks at once. Hit, miss, miss, but the way that Pathfinder works, because each attack is more involved, it tends to prefer fewer, more impactful monsters. Plus, the way that scaling works, higher to hit means additional damage, so it's easier to just increase the to hit to add damage. In D&D, the steps tend to be a bit simpler. You check advantage, disadvantage, roll, add a bonus, check to hit, then roll damage, then double if it's a weakness, have it's a resistant. But in
Okay, he is starting to talk really fast, and I'm going to, we might have to slow it down here a bit. First of all, he just talked about how he would throw swarms in D&D at players, and he just acknowledged that it's not a good idea to do that in Pathfinder. That's good that he acknowledged that, so he should not run large swarms in Pathfinder. I'll just say that. Because it is true. Every creature in Pathfinder, the 3-action economy works for monsters too. They each have 3 actions. And if they are attacking 3 times, you actually just can't roll 3 dice and quickly eyeball what will hit because of the multiple attack penalty. After the first attack, they have a different attack bonus. So it's not quite as easy to run large numbers. Um, so yes, that is, you're going to want to have smaller numbers of creatures, even lower level creatures. If you have, they say in Pathfinder, you don't want to have creatures that are lower than 4 levels below the party. And even then, it is 10 XP in the encounter building budget. Generally the highest encounter you want to run is 120 XP. So you're not going to have more than 12 level -4 creatures. So that, anyway. But he's now talking really fast, and he's talking about D&D, and he's setting it up as, here's the simpler version, but it already sounds really complicated, which already tells us D&D itself is complicated. But anyway, he's going to contrast it to Pathfinder, I think. So here we go again. Let's press play.
Little guys, and that is just not how Pathfinder is designed. In D&D, I would put 15 enemies onto the board and roll all 15 attacks at once. Hit, miss, miss. But the way that Pathfinder works, because each attack is more involved, it tends to prefer fewer, more impactful monsters. Plus, the way that scaling works, higher to hit means additional damage, so it's easier to just increase the to hit to add damage.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna point out in the comments, someone has said troops are a thing in Pathfinder. They weren't available at the time of this video. That comes out in Bestiary 3, maybe a year and a half after release, where instead of 20 level 1 goblins, you can have an army represented by 16 units on the field called a troop, and there are rules to adjudicate it. Its numbers are going to be higher, its modifiers and defenses are going to be higher, but you can simulate fighting a large group of low-level enemies through the troop mechanic. And I think it's only a single unit that you have to worry about. A single health point pool, it's arguably easier, and I think it is easier to run than a large number of low-level enemies in D&D.
In D&D, the steps tend to be a bit simpler. You check advantage, disadvantage, roll, add a bonus, check to hit, then roll damage, then double if it's a weakness, have it's a resistant. But in Pathfinder, the steps are first check status effect, ask the player if there's any additional bonus, add a...
Hold on, status effect, additional bonus. You have those in 5e. Sometimes you'll have a bless spell, sometimes you'll have advantage, as you just said. Sometimes you'll have a peace domain cleric in the party. Sometimes there'll be a cover for the creature, affecting its defense.
Up all the status effects, roll, add bonus, check to hit, check AC modifier due to status effects on the target, check to see if it's within crit range, then roll damage, then check to see if status effects, to see if the bonus to roll damage, then deal damage, then subtract weaknesses and resistances, and then that just gets really...
He talked about status effects to the hit roll and to the defense stat and to the damage, all of which exist in 5e. Sometimes you'll have divine favor or divine smite, so these are things. So maybe his 5e games don't have those things happening. People tend to play 5e differently at their tables.
Tiring. Let me walk you through just one attack of Pathfinder.
Okay, all right, now we're going to get to the more famous parts. I'm going to refill my water and also do one of my patented frequent rules lawyer bathroom breaks. So I'll be back. Oh, and like the video if you haven't yet. Bathroom breaks are for moms. We all have bladders. I don't know if you're an exceptionalist. Okay. Da-da-da. Oh no! People having trouble with... Or is this the same person? Okay, there's a problem with joining the Discord. Let me test this out. Hold on. Invite invalid. True point. Sorry, let me do that. Try to fix this right now. Why is my Discord link not working? Sorry to keep you all in suspense, but this actually is the best time to fix it because we're about to get to the good stuff. Server boost status. Okay. Custom invite link. Oh, it's not letting me edit it because I'm in streamer mode. Okay. All right, I see how it is. Okay, back to the good stuff. Here we go. Sorry, I can't fix it right now, but oh, you know what? I can get a non-custom invite link and share that. Okay. All right. Here is the... I'm going to update the video description. Okay, that will correct it for a bunch of people. And I reposted it. Okay, let's play! Let's do this.
Edition. Okay, so the player rolls a 16 plus 15 plus
he's
just
calling
one
this
attack of Pathfinders, and that just gets really tiring. Let me walk you through just one attack of Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Okay, so the player rolls a 16 plus 15 plus 1 because of guidance for a 31. Nope, wait, actually it's a 32. Another player pipes up. Wait, actually it's a 33. Wait, no, wait, actually it's a 32. Another player pipes up. Wait, actually it's a 33 because a blessed gives you a +1 on attack rolls. Nope, it's a 32 because I already added it in. What? I rolled a 14. What? The player corrects. I rolled a 14 and added in. Wait, that means I already added in the guidance. So let's back up.
Hold on. Okay, guidance and bless both give you... He just talked about rolling a 16 and then the player saying, oh, actually, guidance and bless don't stack. So they both give you... There's only 2 or 3... Pathfinder often has fewer bonuses in play than Pathfinder 1st Edition because there's only a few bonus types. And spells almost universally give you what's called a status bonus. So if someone casts guidance, there's, bless doesn't matter. So we're only talking about adding 1 to a roll at the moment. These bonuses also exist in D&D. You can have the bless spell not giving you a +1, but requiring that you roll a 4-sided die, and then adding that to your attack roll, which is arguably more complex. So, and then he's talking about rolling a 14 instead. I'm not quite sure where he's going now, why the die roll changed. So I might have to back up. We'll see.
It's a 14 plus a 15 plus 2 plus 1 from guidance plus 1 from bless. Cool. I let them know it's a hit, but not a crit. Well, their AC is normally 18, so they have +2 to their defense, plus they raise their shield up, I think. A few of them had raised their shields last round, giving them a 22 AC.
Okay. He's talking about the fact, it is true, there's an additional step to check to see whether something is a critical hit, which is more complex, though I think the majority of players like the fact that there are more crits. It's more exciting. So let's try to follow.
In addition, hobgoblins get a +1 to their AC, while 2 other adjacent allies are next to it. So the hobgoblins on the end don't have the bonus, but the ones in the middle do have the bonus.
Okay, let me look up the hobgoblin. I actually did not do this in my previous... Okay, the hobgoblin warrior. Hobgoblin soldier. When it's adjacent to at least 2 other allies, the hobgoblin soldier gains a +1 circumstance bonus to AC and saving throws. The bonus type, circumstance bonus, is the other common bonus type, the other one being status, that comes up in the battles. It's when the immediate situation, usually temporary, has an impact. And he just talked about raising your shield. That gives you a +2 circumstance bonus. So that would not combine with this. They're the same bonus. If 2 bonuses give you the same type, you only use the higher one. So this is a mistake. It's a common mistake one can make. However, it's clear he's reading from a script. He scripted this, and he has combined 2 things that don't combine. It makes it sound more complicated too. So I keep going.
So this one does have the bonus, so it's a 31 to hit, not a crit, because you need to beat their AC by 10. Well, wait a second, one of the players brings up. I thought he was flat-footed. He is flat-footed, but not to you. He's flat-footed to the other 2. Oh yeah, but the player brings up that he's flat-footed because he had him grabbed, giving him a -2 to...
Okay, he just jumped a few things. He said it was... A player said the creature was flat-footed. That means your defense is compromised. This would usually be called disadvantage in 5e. It's a lot of the same situations that are familiar to 5e players. The person is on the ground, prone. Or if you use the variant flanking rule, you are flanked by player characters. That gives you what's called the flat-footed condition. How it's different from 5e is that 5e will give you advantage to the attack roll, or advantage, if they're prone or if you use the variant flanking rule. Here, it gives you a referent, a condition, a defined condition. What I like about that is that you can have, this does some of the work of simplifying, because the person can be grabbed, they can be prone, and they can be flanked. But they only give you the same condition. You don't have to worry about them adding on top of each other. And it's just, you can't do better than make them flat-footed, lowering their AC by 2. What he just talked about is that the one player protests and says, oh, the guy's flat-footed. And then the GM says, no, not flat-footed to you. It's flat-footed to 2 other people. I'm assuming they're talking about those 2 other people flanking that creature. Yes. If they are only the ones who are flanking a creature can treat it as flat-footed if they're doing melee attacks. And that kind of makes sense in the fiction if you think about it. The person who, fires a bow at that same enemy is not going to benefit. But he went through that really fast and didn't explain it, so it makes it sound really wild and crazy and ununderstandable. But now he's saying that actually the person is grabbed. When you're grabbed, you get the flat-footed condition also, and makes you flat-footed to that archer in the party, which makes it one of the more useful debuffs using the grapple action. Someone says all of this is the same as D&D so far. All these things happen, and they would be... and what would happen in D&D is that it's arguably simpler, because if you have one instance of advantage and one instance of disadvantage, they're just gonna, just clash, and there's no adjustments to the roll. That has it has the advantage of being simpler, arguably, but some people don't like that simplerness because, well, now that your rogue is dazzled or something by a spell, they can never, ever, ever do sneak attack damage, because no matter how many debuffs you impose on that enemy, your rogue will never get advantage on its attack roll, assuming that none of your allies are also threatening the enemy. What happens is that it kind of becomes, if your party is optimizing and thinking tactics, like once we have one instance of advantage, you don't need any more, and they're, Okay, I'm not going into this much detail with everything because we got to move on, but I'll move on.
His AC. Wait, that was your first action to grab him? Oh yeah, this is your second attack. Then he has a -5 penalty to it. So what?
Okay, who are you talking about? You just said that the characters use their first action to grab them, so they're in melee range, so you kind of set up a false scenario when just a second ago you said that the enemy was not flat-footed to them, implying that they were a ranged attacker. And now we're about to go into the multiple attack penalty. Yes, when you grapple somebody, there is a clear tag on the grapple action that says it's an attack action. In Pathfinder 2, anything that you do that has the attack trait incurs, and also it is penalized by the multiple attack penalty. So if you grapple somebody, and your next attack, whether that's another similar action like trip or a weapon strike, is going to have -5 to its attack.
What are the numbers again? So it's a 14, +15, +1, -5 versus an 18, +2 because of elite, +2 because of the shield rage,
+2 because of elite? Why are we including the GM's behind the GM screen adjustments to the monster stat block to this example? The GM would not be telling the players it's an elite monster. This is okay. His review has been mostly balanced, but some details are bad faith. They are, because you're overcomplicating things. You would not say, oh, it's an elite monster. Oh, I'm surprised. I forgot that this is an elite monster. I'm going to add 2 to its AC. That doesn't happen in real life.
+1 because of the hobgoblin circumstance bonus, -2 because of flat-footed, and you hit. That hobgoblin is now going to shield block reaction, meaning that his shield is now going to take some of the damage.
Okay, let me just play out the scenario in real life. The AC it says right there in the stat block, its AC is 18 normally and 20 if their shield is raised. Let's say their shield is raised. It's 20. If they are next to their allies, it's 19. We add 1. The multiple attack penalty, the player needs to have 3 attack bonuses written on their character sheet. And I fault the official character sheet of Pathfinder for not having 3 spaces. And I think in their remaster they need to do this, where you write your main attack bonus, but also what your attack bonus would be if you have made one attack earlier in this turn, and if you've made 2 or more attacks earlier this turn. Then it's going to be written on your sheet. And the only modifier to add is maybe the bless spell or the guidance spell. One of those is added. And we're adding 1. We're adding the number 1. That shouldn't be too much. The only thing that's different from 5e is the extra step of, so first of all, sometimes we have a +1 or +2 to the AC, but also checking if it's 10 over. And you should never have been checking if it was 10 over until you finalized your modifiers. If you're going back and forth like that, first of all, that GM needs to cut it short and say, let's not get too caught up in all this. This is slowing down the game. Let's move on. And remember your bonuses next time, player.
Damage. So I need to look up his shield stats. And because it's a wooden shield, the wooden shield stats are hardness 3, HP 12, and broken threshold 6.
Okay, he prefaced this by saying, let's go through one attack. But he's not doing a typical attack. This is more complicated than the average attack. And he's also including shield block, which is not part of, well, it is part of the attack, but it's a more complicated example. Let me explain in my language, and I've taught this game to middle schoolers. If you have a shield, it has 2 stats. It has a hardness, and it has hit points. This wooden shield is going to have 3 hardness. If your incoming damage is 10, you have the option of using the shield block reaction. If you have the shield block reaction, you lower the incoming damage by the hardness of 3, so that it's now lowered to 7 damage. That 7 damage is now applied to both your shield and to you. So,
When he uses a shield block, first the hardness reduces the damage, and the rest gets split between the shield and himself. So the player rolls dealing 12 damage. The shield blocks 3 of that, meaning that there's 9 damage left. And when there's an odd number, the person taking the damage gets to decide how it gets split.
Oh, this is a rules mistake that was unclear. I think it was unclear at the time. He's splitting the damage between the two. So this splitting the damage and the player deciding how to split it is not correct. But I think one could easily make that mistake.
I decide the shield takes 5 damage, Hobgoblin takes 4, so I have 2 HP trackers, one for the Hobgoblins, another for their shields. I'm also keeping an eye on their broken thresholds, because since this guy just used his reaction, I'm also keeping an eye on their broken threshold. Plus, since this guy just used his reaction, he can't use shield block until his turn comes around.
Okay, hold on. The broken threshold is simply 1/2 the hit point pool, which I think is 12. Yeah, shields can break and become not usable. Yep, you have a new hit point tool. It is more complex. Though I hope that player has taken on the responsibility of tracking their shield hit points. If not, they should not be wielding a shield at this table and not burdening their GM. What else?
Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the Hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the shield raise action. Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the Hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the raise shield action. This guy's shield already took 4 damage, bringing the total up to 10, so it's broken, but not destroyed. So he no longer gets a +2 bonus to his AC, but they can still use it in order to shield block.
Once your shield's broken, you don't benefit from it, so you can't use it to shield block.
Until it's above the total HP, and then the weapon becomes destroyed, but then, once it's destroyed, they have 1 additional free hand and can now use their weapons with 2 hands, giving them an additional attack, giving their attacks a damage bonus.
What?
Until it's above the total HP, and then the weapon becomes destroyed, but then, once it's destroyed, they have 1 additional...
The weapon becomes destroyed. We're talking about a shield. And once it's destroyed, what?
Free hand, and can now use their weapons with 2 hands...
He's talking about the Hobgoblin Warrior? I'm a little lost. But also, if you wield something with 2 hands, it's not going to give you more damage unless that's spelled out in the weapon. In first edition, that was true. But not in second.
Giving them an additional attack, giving their attacks a damage bonus. Anyway,
I don't think his point was clear. First of all, he talked about... I don't know, should I play that again? Let's give him one more shot.
Block. First the hardness reduces the damage, and the rest gets split between the shield and himself. So the player rolls dealing 12 damage. The shield blocks 3 of that, meaning that there's 9 damage left. And when there's an odd number, the person taking the damage gets to decide how it gets split. So I decide the shield takes 5 damage, Hobgoblin takes 4, so I have 2 HP trackers, one for the Hobgoblins, another for their shields. I'm also keeping an eye on their broken thresholds, because since this guy just used his reaction, I'm also keeping an eye on their broken threshold. Plus, since this guy just used his reaction, he can't use shield block until his turn comes around.
He's just used his reaction to shield block, so he cannot use shield block until his turn comes around. Yeah, you only have 1 reaction. That's true in 5e also. And thank God, because then he has nothing else to do. Okay, are we done?
Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the Hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the shield raise action. Once the shields have taken above 6 damage, they no longer give the Hobgoblins bonuses to their AC from the raise shield action. This guy's shield already took 4 damage, bringing the total up to 10, so it's broken, but not destroyed.
Okay, those numbers are just wrong. Wooden Shield, I believe, has 12 hit points, so I don't know where 4 damage to make it 10 comes from. And also, okay, he just switched to a Steel Shield, where 10 would make it broken, so let's just... His numbers are wrong, so assume it's broken now.
So he no longer gets a +2 bonus to his AC, but they can still use it in order to shield block.
No, they can't use it to shield block.
HP, and then the weapon becomes destroyed, but then, once it's destroyed, they have 1 additional free hand.
He's lost
now use their weapon
the weapon's
with 2
destroyed,
hands,
he's not talking about damage to a weapon.
A damage bonus. Anyway, that's what I gotta worry about from 1 attack. If you were able to follow that, great. If not, this game might not be for you.
Ooh, oh. This game might not be for you, but that was not a typical attack. Yeah. And as was said in a number of responses, you can have lots of... No Nat 1 has a good response where it's like, oh, wait, add bless. Oh, wait, add divine favor. So You see that stuff in 5e, especially at the higher levels.
It's not for the faint of heart. I found myself having to simplify things and ignore certain bonuses to speed up combat. Yeah, this guy has a +1 bonus when he follows up with another attack, but we're just going to ignore that for now. We got a lot of stuff on the table already. The players I found like having these strategic elements that they can work with. They like having some strategic elements, like not all of them. This is too much. And
he did just talk about having a +1 on the follow-up attack, which is true with some weapons. With the weapons are more unique in Pathfinder than in 5e. It's not just the damage die that distinguishes a weapon. You can have a trait like Sweep, where your second attack against if it's against a different creature, will have a +1 circumstance bonus. Or Backswing, where if you missed on the previous attack, your follow-up attack will have a +1 circumstance bonus. That in addition to the multiple attack penalty. If that amount of complication is too much, he says what he did, he ignored it. Also, just don't use that weapon if that's too much. So, if you like the positives overall, some things you don't like, don't use that weapon. Or don't use a shield if you don't want to try shield hit points. Now, you can also have a shield and just not have the shield block reaction also. Anyway, I'm not really giving answers here, but anyway, I think it's the fact that he said, this is your typical turn, but you don't have to do these things.
Besides, the example I gave was a dude with a spear and a shield. You fight dudes with spears and shields all the time in RPGs. If it's that complicated for just one dude, it's gonna get way worse from there.
Yeah, this is just not people's experience. I mean, the only step that comes up is the multiple attack penalty. That's this extra with Pathfinder 2. But you should have your bonuses written down. And sometimes they'll have their shield raised, yes, which will give them a higher AC. Then the third thing is you'll have to check if it's a crit. So, anyway, the manner in which he explained it made it sound impossible to learn, impossible to grok, but yeah, I don't think it is.
The calculations is not that bad, but when you start stringing together a bunch, it can slow down. Some of those get ironed out by memorizing all the actions and all the tag, but every time you play, it's always something else. There's an initial slowdown when you first start playing the game where you're trying to remember all of your abilities and figure out what they do and have to look stuff up. But the problem is that even like once it starts to kind of get to a normalized mode, when you know what everything does, it's still pretty slow.
I'm going to say this, and I remember thinking this when I first watched this video. It sounded like his players aren't pulling their weight. It sounds like he's... Anyway, you don't have to calculate all these things with every single attack, and the players should know their attack bonus, and they should know when the bless spell's in effect. So that you only have to worry about whether your hobgoblin's shield is raised. If you have trouble deciding whether it's a crit or not, tell the players the number. Their AC is 20.
Sometimes when you have a simple combat at low levels with just a few rats, it can be kind of fast, but just having a spellcaster or a few complicated monsters into the mix, and it just grinds to a halt. So when I played Pathfinder 2nd Edition, I played a variety of characters, but one in particular was I had a ranger. I'm just going to walk you through what I had to deal with on one turn, on one...
Okay, we're going to get into a bigger example. But yeah, he says it grinds to a halt. He is right when he says there is, when you're learning it, it's slower at first, but he kind of is implying it never gets better. And it gets worse, in fact, when you get to more complicated creatures. I think in the end, the amount of complexity and abilities that creatures have when you get to higher levels means that it's not something he may want to run. Maybe he'd enjoy being a player. But yeah, there's a certain amount of rules load you do need to take on GMing Pathfinder. And that's okay if that's not something you're up to.
1 attack. This character had a +3 to his strength and +4 to his dex. In one hand he had a scimitar of striking, and the other was a +1 returning star knife.
Okay, so because he's going to talk really fast, I'm going to explain what he's doing here. Some weapons you get to use your dexterity modifier to attack. And if your dexterity is better than your strength, you want to use your dexterity, obviously. So I think the star knife here is the finesse weapon. At the same time, your damage, your bonus to damage is going to be determined by your strength if you're talking about a melee weapon. You should have this all written down on your sheet so that you're not calculating it on the fly. You're going to have a formula written down for your dexterity weapon, which is going to add your dexterity to your attack bonus, but your strength to your damage. So that should be written down. And with your other weapon, strength is added to your attack and to damage.
He could do it on wonders, but one in particular was I had a ranger. I'm just going to walk you through what I had to deal with on one turn, on one attack. This character had a +3 to his strength and +4 to his dex. In one hand he had a scimitar of striking, and the other was a +1 returning star knife. He could run into a fight swinging both of them, or he could chuck the star knife at someone and hit them and the star knife would come back to him. Pretty cool, right? It is. But when I would make my attacks, I would have to worry about a few things. First, because they're both +1, they both get a +1 to their attack rolls. Also, the scimitar of striking wasn't finesse, meaning that it was strength to hit and strength to damage. Well,
okay, you know, I wanted this to be shorter than I'm making it, but I think it's better for me to do this. Walk along. So, star knife, +1 for both. And for the scimitar, he's going to add his strength to his attack roll, and for the star knife, he's going to add his dexterity. Okay. Excuse me for the delay. I'm not going to do this as much with Taking 20, by the way. I'm just going to refer people to my video. It's just that I haven't done this yet with this video. I just want to let people know, assuage people's worries, because Taking 20 Part 2 has a lot of math. Excuse me, I'm trying to press play.
Well, the star knife was finesse, so it was dex to hit and didn't add dex to damage. When I would run up to someone, I would make my attacks on them. I had an ability called Twin Takedown, where I could make 2 attacks on someone as one attack, one from each hand.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm gonna assume he's level 5. So let's say he's a ranger with a +9 proficiency bonus, and +4 from strength. So his bonus is going to be +14. And his follow-up attack will be +9 and +4. The star knife will have a +9 proficiency bonus also. +3 to strength. +4 to dex, and so his attack bonus will be +14. It would seem to be +14, 9, and 4. However, it's an agile weapon. So, it's going to go down in increments of 4. Yeah, you probably should be attacking with that star knife more. Like, why would he ever attack with that scimitar, actually? Hardly ever.
And then combine the damage for bypassing resistances. But I can only do that once per turn. Plus,
whoa. Twin Takedown. He's talking about resistances. He's going to, like, PhD levels here. So he's adding in Twin Takedown, and he's also adding enemy resistances.
Plus, as a ranger, I could hunt prey, which gave me a flurry ability. The flurry ability reduced my penalty for subsequent attack rolls against someone I had used the hunt prey. So
he's adding the flurry ranger. So that would give him a different array. With the Flurry Ranger, when he is hunting prey, cost an action, his multiple attack penalties reduced. So this will become plus 10, plus 10, plus 13, plus 10, and plus 7. For the Agile weapon, the increment goes down. For the Agile weapon, it will be plus 14, plus 12, plus 10. So he's, yep.
The second attack would be at a -3 penalty, and the third attack would be at a -6. But if the attacks were done with an agile weapon, it would be a -2 for the second attack, and -4 for the third attack.
Like
so if I made 3 attacks for the scimitar, it would be 3 plus my proficiency, which is 9, plus 1 for magic weapon bonus, or 13 for the attack, plus 8 for the second attack, and plus...
Okay. We're at the same level. He's at level 5. He said his proficiency was 9.
3 for the just not for the third 6. But if the attacks were done with an agile weapon, it would be a -2 for the second attack and -4 for the third attack. So if I made 3 attacks for the scimitar, it would be 3 plus my proficiency, which is 9, plus 1 for magic weapon bonus, or 13 for the attack, plus 8 for the second attack, and plus 3 for the third attack. But if I was going to be making the attack with my knife, because it's finessed, it uses dex, which is 4 plus 8 plus 1 for magic weapon, or plus 14, which would be plus 14 plus 9 for the second and plus 4 for the third. But if I hunt first and just use my scimitars, it would be plus 13.
Oh, Star Knife is not agile? Was I wrong? It is agile. So you may have been wrong right there.
And then plus 10 and plus 7. But if I use the Star Knife while hunting, it would be plus 15. But since it's agile, it reduces the attack penalty for the second.
Okay, this is just wrong. His attack bonus went up when he was hunting? That's not true.
Attack by 1 to a -4, and the third attack penalty from -10 to -8. And so since I've hunted because of my flurry ability, it reduces the first penalty by -1, and the second penalty by -2. So it would be making an overall -2 and -4 penalty. So the total attack bonuses would be plus 15 plus...
Okay, he just overcomplicated that. Your array goes from 0 to -4 to -8 to 0 to -3 to -6. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah. What did he do? He talked about the differences between the first array and the second array when he just needs to know the arrays. Anyway, sorry. Small point.
Plus 13 plus 11. But let's say you're fighting 2 guys. I hit one guy with a knife who I've hunted, and then scimitar someone, and then knife the first guy again.
Okay, here's the scenario. He is going to knife the person.
In that, bonuses would be plus 15, plus 13, plus 11. But let's say you're fighting 2 guys. I hit one guy with a knife who I've hunted, and then scimitar someone, and then knife the first guy again.
Okay, so he hunts prey against enemy 1. He's going to hit them with the knife. Then he's going to use a scimitar against the second creature. Then he's going to use his knife against the first creature again. You can only hunt one creature at a time. So already we know that these are going to be his bonuses. Because he hunt prey, he's using the knife. First attack. He's using a scimitar against another enemy. He's using a second attack, so he's going to use the second attack here. And then he's going to use his knife again to attack the original guy, so he's going to use the third attack in this array. So I hope that writing out your bonuses, that helps you run this character. I hope I made that clear.
In that case, it would be a plus 15 straight roll, and the second would be a plus 11, plus 14 minus 5 from the multi-attack penalty to be plus 8. And when I knife the first guy again, since it's the third attack and he's hunted, we started at plus 15, minus 6 because of the multi-attack penalty, reduced because of agile, but reduced again to minus 4 because of the third attack penalty reduction effect from my hunt prey. So it's actually a plus 11 overall. But what if I decided to do a twin takedown? It's one action. So is it one attack or two? Well, it says that you...
I just made a mistake on the Rules Lawyer stream. I'm supposed to be looking at the hunt prey. Sorry. It's even more confusing by the fact that he just gave himself a +1 bonus and increased his attack to +15, so I apologize for that. But I'm not going to follow him in that wrong math. The numbers, I think his overall changes to the original attack bonus are accurate, though.
You still apply the normal attack penalties to the second attack. But wait a second, doesn't that mean that I could do 4 attacks? Yes! The 4th attack would actually get the penalty from the 3rd attack bonus, because the 3rd attack penalty is for 3rd and subsequent attacks. So hypothetically, let's say I were to scimitar someone I haven't hunted, then twin takedown knife and scimitar someone again who's my hunt prey, then use twin takedown on a knife and scimitar on someone who's my hunt prey, then use the knife again. That would be 14 for the first, plus 13 for the knife, because it's agile and he's hunted, plus 8 for the scimitar of striking because it's strength plus proficiency plus magic weapon bonus plus the multi.
Okay, he's re-adding everything from scratch, which would never happen at a table, unless the player did not write down their modifiers.
Attack penalty of -10, reduced by 4 because of flurry for a -6, or 14 -6, or a +8 in total, and the final scimitar strike of +4 because I lose the flurry minus for the attack penalty reduction because I'm not hunting that person. And I know it might sound a little confusing, but in order to keep track of all those numbers that have been flying around, I made a simple system. What I did is I took all of the bonuses and organized them into, I shit you not, an attack matrix.
That sounds like a good idea.
The way that I organized it was I made a grid, and on the top is which attack it is. So it's either first, second, third, or fourth. And across the side, it determines the type of attack. So it's either dex or strength, or whether or not they're hunted or not. So we've got a strength melee attack, then agile melee, then strength versus hunted, and then agile versus hunted. So it's a 4x4 grid, and it comes out to 12 numbers. So let's say that I attack 4 times. I'm knifing someone who's my prey, and then twin take down someone with a knife and scimitar on someone who is my prey, and then scimitar someone else. We're going to go down here. That would be a +15, +11 for a strength weapon and my prey, +11 again for the knife, which is a 3rd attack against my prey, and then my final scimitar, I have a +4 strength weapon against someone who is not my prey. Couldn't be simpler, but the sad part is that the chart is actually incomplete, because the scimitar has the sweeping property, which means that if you make another attack against someone who isn't your primary target in the turn, you actually get an additional +1 on subsequent attacks to all enemies who are not the first target. So that final attack on that last guy really should have been a +5. Also, if it sounded like that might be a lot, you hold your horses, because we haven't even added other status effects like...
Okay, I'm gonna see what the comments are saying. Simpler system, write down your bonuses. Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. It's kind of obvious. If he did a matrix, he did write them down, which, good point by Shan Wolf. He did write them down. So he kind of needed to open with that, and anyway, this whole thing would have been easier for him. Maybe he tried to play and hadn't written them down, and so he was went through that torture. But yeah, this should turn, he should have written them down, and he's making it sound like as complicated as it was, because anyway, more in play, it's going to be less complicated, basically. That's the main point, I guess, to make.
Like enfeebled, bless, guidance, and I'm just trying to keep it simple for you guys. This is our simple base attack bonus, no other modifiers added. Also, we haven't even calculated our damage yet.
Okay, what else are people saying? Yeah, Thaco was kind of wacky. What's different here from Pathfinder is that it adds a multiple attack penalty and ways to manipulate it. That's what he's malfunctioning on here. If you can write out your bonuses, though, in advance, you'll be good. He also chose the Flurry Ranger, which kind of you should know from just reading what the Flurry Ranger's main ability is. You're kind of like, oh, like I know most people will be like, oh, what does that mean? My multiple attack penalty is going to be smaller. Let me write that out on my sheet. And Also, there's like a weird complexity here. Like, if you're hunted prey, that means you really want to kill that guy. So why are you changing enemies in the middle of your attack sequence? So I'm going to bring that up too. And it's like you chose... And it's kind of... I can't really make it more complicated than what he... find an example more complicated than what he just did, where he changed the targets in the middle, had weapons that, first of all, he shouldn't be using the scimitar because it's not a finesse weapon. So it kind of was... Anyway. Yeah. Yep, someone says, sounds like you should have played a fighter with a greatsword. Yeah. Okay, it's okay that you had... what I don't like is he's saying, this was a typical attack, or this was a typical situation. That's not really. This is like in the margins, really.
Scimitar does 1d6 slashing, and adds my strength to it, while the Star Knife does a d4, which while it's my dex to damage, it actually adds my strength to the damage roll. But since both of those are +1 striking, they get an additional weapon damage die. So
okay, to follow along, we have the Scimitar that is doing 2d6 damage, and the Star Knife, which is doing 2d4.
The Scimitar is 2d6 plus 3, and 2d4 plus 3, but...
Okay, they both add the strength to damage, which you should have on your sheet.
The Scimitar has the forceful property, meaning that it builds up momentum as it's swung, while the...
So, forceful means you'll have, it does more damage as you build momentum. So, yes, you need to write out multiple damage bonuses. This is, the perhaps most complex, weapon trait you can come up with, where it builds up momentum, and does more damage on each subsequent attack, equal to the number of damage dice. And in this case, it was a striking weapon, so it had 2 damage dice. So yes, this is all true, but you got to write it down in advance.
While the first swing is just a straight roll, the second swing you get a bonus to the damage, equal to the damage dice of the weapon, and the third and subsequent rolls you get a damage bonus equal to double the damage dice. Since our Scimitar has 2 dice, it would get +2 on the second roll, and +4 on the third, so it would actually make it 2d6 plus 3, 2d6 plus 5, so on the first attack it would deal 2d6 plus 3 damage, 2d6 plus 5 for the second, and the third would deal 2d6 plus 7. For the Star Knife, it has the deadly property, meaning that it gets additional damage dice based on its deadly die. The Star Knife's deadly value is a d6, and we roll the deadly die after we double damage, but if it has a striking rune increase to the deadly die based on the magnitude of the striking rune. If it is a greater striking rune, you would increase...
Okay, he's talking about the deadly traits on the Star Knife. When you crit, you double everything, normally, and if a weapon has the deadly trait, you add an additional damage die. In this case, the Star Knife is adds a d6. Okay, so you double everything and you add a d6. Great! That player is happy! That player gets to do more damage! Hurrah! Hallelujah! What he's pointing out right now is that if you have a greater striking rune, which won't happen until level 12, God forbid you'll be level 12, you're going to actually have to add a second d6 when you write down your weapon's stats. That's what he's talking about right now. It's not something that comes up until level 12, and I know that player is going to be happy when they add that to their character sheet. Hallelujah, more damage, yeah. But in this very fast-spoken video, it just makes it sound intimidating, something that, you know, I'm a lawyer and I couldn't follow along. Like, I deal with abstruse text, but I had to listen to this multiple times to be able to follow along. And today I couldn't really follow along. I'll just admit that. You're not alone. I kind of had to take notes and pause.
The damage to 3 dice. The deadly die by 2. If it is a greater striking rune, you would increase the damage dice to 3. The deadly die by 2 if it is a major striking rune. Increasing its damage by 4 dice would give us 3 deadly dice. But since our striking rune is just a base...
What's fortunate is that this is all when you write down your stuff. It's not changing in the middle of combat.
Basic striking rune, we only increase the damage by a d6. So if we crit, it would be 2d4 plus 3 times 2 plus 1d6. And that's... how you do damage. Now, some of you might be curious to wonder, what's the best strategy? What does the most damage? The scimitar has a sweeping property, meaning that it prefers to hit multiple enemies, and the forceful trait that builds up momentum when it's used a lot more. But the star knife uses dex, and it's more likely to crit and has the deadly trait. Maybe if I start with the scimitar, when I have the highest bonus, and then switch to star knife because it reduces the multi-attack penalty. But if I start with the star knife, it's more likely to crit. So the question is, what strategy is the best one?
Okay, I think that makes... He says it's not clear which weapon to open with because of these traits, and I think that makes it a more interesting game. Otherwise, everyone's going to have a longsword, you know?
Is it better for me to give up my action to hunt prey, or should I just attack again instead? Which combination of actions deals the most damage?
Okay, I think this is one of the appeals of Pathfinder. Do you want to use that action to hunt prey or not?
And the answer is, I don't fucking know. Do I look like a guy who knows stuff? So that part of the script actually took me about half a day to make, constantly going over the book to make sure that I got all of the bonuses, going through the rules over and over again. I would forget a bonus, forget the sweeping property or forceful or whatever, and I would have to go back and rewrite it and add up the bonuses again. And the sad part is, like, I probably left something out. Like, there might be a few mistakes in there that I just wasn't able to catch. But in the actual game, you don't have half a day to be going through making sure you got all the numbers. Like, you just kind of look at it and you go, oh, that's like a +8 or something, and I'd ignore the flurry bonus or the sweeping bonus or whatever. And it wasn't until I started having to write everything down that I just realized just how deep this rabbit hole actually goes. There's an initial slowness that can kind of be excused for kind of the system's newness. Once you start learning it, you're just figuring things out, and it's taken a while to get through, but eventually what the game kind of settles on is what I call like a normalized operating speed, which is like, this is how fast the game is going to run if you know all of the numbers up front and you have everything maximally efficient. And it still is really sluggish, even if...
Okay, this is a fair point. He gave it a chance. He got faster. He wrote down his bonuses, but to him it's still sluggish. Yeah, I think that I don't know if he was GMing, but if he's having trouble running it, maybe he would be happier playing it while someone else is the GM. But on the other hand, it doesn't sound like he enjoyed the extra crunch involved, which, you know, no one has to like every game.
At like the maximal operating speed. To me, I think one of the biggest culprits is the multi-attack penalty, where you have to subtract 5 from each of the subsequent attacks. From the player's side, it's not that bad, like, because you only have 3 actions. But on the DM's side, there's no quick way to roll through 15 different attacks, all with different penalties. And you can change it up using different actions, but that just it makes it more complicated, makes it more bloated. PC is complex.
I don't know if he was the DM, but if it was not him and someone else was the DM, it could have been the same issue. Maybe they didn't want to deal with that. Also, VTTs are a thing. Makes a lot of this a lot easier. You can just click the button with the appropriate attack penalty. That's not a satisfactory answer to everybody. But what's also true is that you kind of generally don't want to attack 3 times. You often want to attack 2 times. So the multiple attack penalty shouldn't be coming up super often. In my games, I see at most like the 3rd attack come up once. Well, actually, it comes up a few times per session. But yeah, you know, you're gonna be dealing with that math. What might be helpful for a table is, okay, let's say someone has an attack bonus of +7, and that goblin's AC is 16. You could do it this way. You need to roll a 9 on the die to hit. Then it's kind of clear that your next attack the next die roll needs to be a 14. And the one after that is a 19. So just somebody declare, if you're the GM and you're having trouble with this, say, oh, the attack bonus is 7. The player says, my attack bonus is 7. The GM says, you need to hit a 16. Somebody at the table who's good at math will say, okay, you need a 9 on this roll. Then the next one needs to be a 14, and then the next one after that a 19. Anyway, it's a social game. Okay, I apologize. I'm going to do the bathroom thing. I was kind of conflicted about whether to do all 3 videos, but I think you're all here for the big show, so I am going to do all the videos. This is going to be a long stream. I am deciding to plug through. And we're not all going to do this kind of detail. I'm going to make broader, kind of more general points about the others. Okay. All right. Let's move on.
Enough for one person to handle, because all the enemies have to run through using the same rules as the PCs, that's where the game starts to chug. Plus, while that calculations are not that hard when you know what all of them are, there's a lengthy back and forth between the player and the DM trying to figure out who has which bonus and get them sorted out turn after turn. So for example, if you're trying to add up 5 and a 7 and a 3 and a 4 and a 2, it's...
That's only if you're not adding up your proficiency bonus and strength and stuff together. And writing down your bonus.
It's like, if you have them all written down in front of you, it's not that hard, but...
Okay. That's the part I quoted in my YouTube short. If you have them all written down, it's not that hard. Puffin Forest says it up. Right there.
There's a conversation that goes back and forth between the player and the DM as they make sure every single number is accounted for, and that process takes a while. And in addition, some have these weird quirks, like one might go away after one attack, and one bonus might only be there for one effect during the second attack, and then the other might diminish, where it's like first it's 5, then it's 4, then it's 3. So you're not just keeping track of what number goes where, but like, is it gonna be there this turn or next turn? Is it there, is it not? What I found was that either running this game or as a player for several months, is that if we played a 4-hour session, we were spending an extra like hour and a half, 2 hours dealing with these tiny calculations.
Whoa, that's a long time. And if you're okay, I don't know how long. Okay, let's take him at his word. If it's taking an hour and a half and 2 hours, don't play a flurry ranger. Don't have the scimitar. But I'm thinking though that I mean, they could have found that solution, but I think overall they concluded, in the end, that for their group, what Pathfinder brings was not enough added value, which I can accept. I just think that this video's presentation and overcomplicating the arithmetic isn't a fair representation.
And I really didn't feel like I was getting any extra value out of it from that time I was putting in.
Okay.
And it was actually taking up time that I felt was better spent doing other stuff. Even outside the game sessions, I felt like it was taxing on time. Whenever I would prep for a session, for my D&D games, I would spend 2 hours.
Okay, he's the DM, so I'm getting that from this.
Prepping, spending 20 minutes on calculations, and the rest on setting details and characters. But when I had to prep for my Pathfinder 2e games, I had to spend an hour and a half on just fiddling with the math and stats, which meant
this is the opposite experience of many people I found online, at least at the Pathfinder 2e subreddit, which of course is a self-selecting group, but it's what the experience of many DMs is that in order to make a fight challenging in 5e, especially after the first several levels, you need to homebrew. You need to go over the stats. You need to look at, account for maybe they have a spell that's going to shut down my monster. Or maybe they have, if you want, you can't just put the Tarrasque out in front of somebody and trust this challenge rating of 30 and think that's going to be a challenge, because they can target its dexterity saving throw bonus of 0 and shut down your Tarrasque. So you have to be, it's a perilous thing. However, some DMs prefer running 5e because they can be fast and loose. They can, decide to change the hit points behind the screen, and are like, oh, so what? They killed my big bad or something. Yay! They're not that plussed by it. So different strokes for different folks. But I'm just going to say that what he's saying right now, that he has to spend more time prepping a Pathfinder 2e game, I'm not quite sure what he's doing there, fiddling with numbers, because you can trust the encounter building system. If it's a level 5 party, you know that you can have a moderate encounter by giving them 4 level 3 creatures, or 2 level 5 creatures, or 1 level 7 creature, or 8 level 1 creatures. You can do that. You just know. And there's your encounter.
Meant if I only had 2 hours to prep, then I had way less time for other stuff and kind of had to speed through it as an afterthought. I've been running D&D 5e for so long that
Yep, if you have a lot of experience with 5e, it could be easier to run, yes.
I actually forgot that before, when I used to make homebrew games for old Pathfinder 4e 3.5, that I used to have to spend a lot of time adjusting monsters and kind of fiddling with the numbers to get them to be an appropriate challenge. And I got so used to D&D's bounded accuracy, where you just pull a monster and plan it in the story, and you're 98% of the way done. I forgot that I used to spend most of my time statting things out.
I'm wondering if some DMs feel like they spent so much time learning what he just described, like figuring out how to make 5e work for them. Like, because the system as written, they had to kit bash it. What was written, that they're worried that they have to do something similar, learning another system.
And that kind of leads into another problem, which is that I found when I'd run, I'd use less stuff and kind of have fewer things going on, because more things creates greater and greater overhead. And what I mean is that in a combat, I just have a few things going on. Just because there's this added complexity with how those things work, you have to be a lot more cautious with how you use them. It'd be like if there was this video game that had super high graphics, but it chugs all the images on screen because it can't handle that many. Whereas a low poly system looks worse, but you can have way more things going on because each image has less things to worry about, because each image takes up less space. So that's one advantage of having a more simple system, is that you can make the fights more complicated, have a lot of enemies, have a lot of status effects. But if each individual monster is more detailed, like a case could be made that it makes the fights more meaningful, because yeah, you can fight more monsters, but if they're all generic carbon copies of similar samey stat block, then what's the point? Something else I want to talk about is this.
Okay, so he just said that because the monsters are more detailed, I wasn't quite sure what his point there. Like, it's like, because it's more more impactful, detailed, varied monsters, that it's harder to prepare. I think that's what he said. But that because they were more varied, he had to prepare them more for them. That part I'm not quite sure how he jumps to that. I don't know. It could just be his lesser familiarity with 2e. But yeah, I mean, I find it an advantage that you don't really have to homebrew an interesting ability on a monster. You can just put it in. It's already there. You don't have to do anything to it. I saw Swing Ripper, my comrade, co-admin, say 2e seems harder if you don't trust it. And perhaps that's... perhaps there's that phenomenon too.
Setting, Galarian. Well, D&D tends to be more setting ambivalent.
Okay, here I might stop the video because he's going to make a point about Galarian's lore. He's going to say that you can't have your adventurers go fight the World Wound because the World Wound has been closed. The heroes have solved these problems. He makes a point there. Anyway, I would just say to that you can always set your campaign to before when those heroes did something, but I also find that in the Lost Omens books that there's a lot of room for adventurers to be impactful in these nations that they flesh out. Not everything is solved. I don't know. I don't know if that is that interesting. I don't know if that part really did much to dissuade people from Pathfinder 2e, because I think it's generally known that the adventures, if you're running published adventures, that the 5e ones are a bit lackluster and give a little, not much support. He makes the Pathfinder lore seem very rigid and that you have to walk into this kind of solved space, but that's not true. I don't know how many people really took that at face value, honestly. I don't know if there's any objection to me moving on, but I want to move on. Okay. But yeah, I also like that history changes in the Pathfinder world. Yeah, some problems do get solved. Yeah. Okay. We have 359 viewers. That's awesome. Click like, get this boosted in the algorithm. Oh, I brought out this link just pointing out that complex modifiers are not, having lots of modifiers and things to add up isn't confined to Pathfinder 2e. I'm going to point out that D&D loves dice. D&D has what I call flat bonus itis, flat bonus phobia. They don't like to give you static modifiers. The only static modifier you'll find usually is that cover gives you a +2 bonus to AC. And many people ignore that rule or don't know that rule exists and think that there's no flat bonuses in D&D. What you have instead are dice, lots of dice, which I don't think is simpler to run at the table. Your Bardic Inspiration can give you a die roll to add. And it can happen after the die roll happens. You can decide to spend it after the die roll happens, which kind of involves a second round of calculating things. And it just takes time to roll dice. So the Twilight Cleric has this ability, Channel Divinity. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from you. Whenever a creature, including you, ends its turn in the sphere, which is a 30-foot radius... Oh, and also you have to... Okay, you decide you can grant that creature one of these benefits. You have to make a decision every time another creature ends their turn within 30 feet of you. You decide to grant them temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level, or end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. And it's almost always going to be the first thing, but you're going to have to roll a d6 and add your cleric level every time someone ends their turn. That's like chugging. That's chugging. I'm just going to point that out. You'll never see a mechanic like that in Pathfinder 2. It's going to be something like... I don't think there's even anything that gives you a temporary bonus a flat bonus every turn of temporary hit points. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But rolling a d6, you're going to find that kind of design of rolling dice in a lot of places in D&D. And I think some folks just think D&D simpler because they're familiar with D&D. So yeah, something will be seems simpler than another system that you haven't learned yet. Anyway, I think my point's clear. Peace Cleric, someone pointed out. Peace Cleric, I'm going to point that out too. Emboldening Bond. Starting at first level, you can forge an empowering bond among people who are at peace with one another. As an action, you choose a number of willing creatures within 30 feet of you equal to your proficiency bonus. This can include yourself. So at level 1, you choose 2 people. You create a magical bond among them for 10 minutes, or until you use this feature again. While any bonded creature is within 30 feet of another, so that's something to keep track, the creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw it makes. Each creature can add the d4 no more than once per turn. Okay, I actually have a rules question. Do you decide before or after the roll? Because you cannot use it an unlimited number of times. It's only once per turn. And what's a turn? Is it before your next turn starts? Or the round as defined by whoever's first in an initiative until the end of the initiative? Yeah, because it's very important to whether you roll before or after you... you have to decide, but you need to know whether you roll the d4 before or after you've rolled, and also whether the DM tells you the results. So yeah, that's... and this comes up with every single roll that they roll, and they have to decide tactically, are they going to use it now or save it for a saving throw from against a dragon's frightening presence or something. So that's a pretty chuggy ability. Yeah. Once per turn, meaning player's turn. Okay, so you cannot use it outside your turn? Okay, so people are saying it's during your turn. Okay. That makes it a little simpler. But when do you make a saving throw on your own turn? Anyway. In rare instances, I suppose. Okay. All right, so yeah, lots of floating numbers. Okay, let's move on to taking 20. I'm gonna warn people. It's gonna get too late for some folks, but I'm gonna be hungry at some point, and I have to grab some to go. So, yeah, taking 20 is somebody who put out videos. I think he was the biggest Pathfinder creator. It's hard. It sounds like a strange sentence today when Pathfinder came out. He had a huge following, like 250k subscribers, and he put out some videos about introducing people to Pathfinder 2e, and sounded quite positive about Pathfinder 2e. And so that's why this video coming out with that thumbnail had a big impact and was talked about a lot. So here we go. I will play it.
I think I was wrong. It happens. And as I've gotten a little older and hopefully a little wiser, I realized that cutting your losses is always the better option than to dig in and continue to lie to yourself. But I think I'm ready to admit it now publicly. I don't think I like Pathfinder 2nd Edition. And more importantly, I think I finally understand what it is that I don't like. I have to say something here that I think is important. I am biased. I have been biased. I've always been a little biased towards Paizo because frankly, they've always treated me very, very well, and I mean that. I mean, as an example, I sit here with 250,000 plus subs after years of being a brand advocate for D&D, and Wizards of the Coast could not care less than they do. I mean that. They literally won't even send me a new book. I mean, even with Tasha's, you could see that they sent out books early to dozens of Twitter peeps with a few thousand Twitter followers. Now, before people lose their cool, I'm not saying that I'm some savant because of my subscriber count. I'm saying Wizards clearly is sending out books to influencers, and I ain't on that list, if you get my drift. Meanwhile, Paizo has personally mailed me tons of books and continues to send me PDFs of their new products. James Sutter, the lead writer for Starfinder, came onto my channel at just a couple thousand subs here before they even changed the Starfinder logo from teal, that original teal that it was, to the orange it is now. I was even part of the Starfinder premiere, which is something that blows my mind. And from Aaron to Jason Keeley, that is, to Owen and James and Dan before they left, and even Bowman and Mona were super friendly to me when I went up and bothered them at Gen Con. Their entire staff is frankly made up of awesome people who have always treated me very, very well. And so, why am I telling you guys this? Because I think context matters. I like Paizo. I loved Pathfinder 1st Edition. I really enjoyed the little bit of Starfinder that I actually got to play. I want Paizo to do well. I am, without a doubt, a little biased. But, and this is a big but, I'm done. At least for the moment with Pathfinder. I really thought I was going to do a bunch of coverage on the channel for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. I thought, oh great, I can do class videos and builds and this and that and this, and I just didn't. And I didn't fully understand why I was so disinterested in making those videos. And even the videos I did make about Pathfinder, like my kind of popular comparison of Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition and Pathfinder 2e, even in that, I was still fairly critical of the system. I've been running a Patreon campaign through Age of Ashes for Pathfinder 2e for an entire year now, or coming up on a year here in just a few weeks. And I finally understand why. I think I understand why. I don't care for the system. For me, it can all be summed up with 3 words. Illusion of choice.
Okay. I'll say this in advance. This just to warn people. I have seen this video before, and I have a whole rebuttal to it in my illusion of choice combat demonstration video. So just know, just want to say that up front, not pretend this is a reaction that it isn't. But he uses the phrase illusion of choice here, and I don't think he defines it in this video. And I think that is going to be a flaw of the video.
The one thing I loved about Pathfinder 2e was its combat. I love the idea of 3 actions, the way that spell casting with multiple actions work. I actually liked the active defending and the way the attack of opportunity were handled and changed from 3.5 in Pathfinder 1st Edition. I loved the idea that I could make 3 shoves in a turn if I wanted, because that's how the action economy worked. And to be honest, at lower levels, the issues that eventually creep into the game aren't there yet. At lower levels, the combat still feels maybe a little bit frustrating with the multi-attack penalty, which I did mention, but that's about it. Everything else still feels pretty decent, if I'm being honest. But as the players begin to level, patterns emerge. And when I say patterns, I mean cookie cutter patterns, regardless of how the combats begin to take shape, regardless of the variance in enemies and backdrops and surprise ambushes or dockside brawls or dragon totems out in the jungle. The players all do the exact same thing over and over and over and over again. Why? Because that's how they built their characters. And I came up with a great analogy when talking to my...
Okay, so I think it's kind of clear, actually. It was kind of clear to me when I first watched this video what he meant by illusion of choice, which was, he said he liked the having 3 actions and being able to combine different things on your turn, including shoving 3 times, moving 3 times. And what he's saying is that as they leveled up, they started to do repeat the same things every turn because of how they built their character. And one of the criticisms of this video is that you didn't have to build your character that way. You could have built your character to be good at a number of things. So I'm just going to say that up front now. I think it's better to say it up front that you had choices in building your character. And you made your character a certain way. That was your choice. Then he says that they were doing the same thing every turn. And so what illusion of choice would seem to clear to me what he meant by it was that there was, you did those things every turn because that was the best thing you could do. And I'm thinking to myself that you chose some feats like Hunted Shot, which lets you fire 2 times for the cost of 1 action. And you're now, this feat gave you a more powerful action than what the game provided all characters, like Demoralize or Trip. Like, every character can do those things or try to, but you have your class feat called Hunted Shot, so you're going to do that all the time. So he has a thing about, giving your character abilities makes you do those abilities over and over again. So that's what he means.
My brother about it. Pathfinder 2e plays like an MMO with rotations. If anyone watching this has ever played World of Warcraft or Star Wars: The Old Republic, you'll know exactly what I mean by this. If you haven't, what I mean is there is an optimal set of actions that you need to do over and over and over again to perform well. For my swashbuckler player, it's tumble through, panache, sneak attack, confident finisher, over and over and over again.
Okay, for people watching, his swashbuckler, panache lets you do more damage. It's a state you get by doing something panache, like tumbling through an enemy. He said that the swashbuckler player would tumble through an enemy, get panache, and then do a finishing blow, which is a way to expend your panache to get even more damage. Would do that over and over. Okay, I just explained that because I assume people don't know that, but you know that. I'm sorry. Many of your Pathfinder players. But for the new people coming in, I'll tell you, I just explained it.
For the ranger, it's hunt prey, hunted shot, throw in a 3rd shot that usually misses.
Okay, I'm just going to point out what he just said. The ranger with hunted shot will use hunted shot, fire twice, and then attack again, and then attack again, and he said it usually misses. So if it usually misses, why are you doing it? I'll point that out.
My druid player just this week asked me if they could go back and retcon some of their character abilities because they were getting bored just turning into dinosaurs and dragons to bite and claw things over and over again.
Okay, for that person, if a player told me they're getting bored doing the same thing over and over again, because anyway, I'd let them respec. I mean, why not say yes? And we'll get into maybe we'll get into more about whether turning into a did he say T-Rex here?
I mean, retcon some of their character abilities because they were getting bored just turning into dinosaurs and dragons to bite and claw things over and over again.
Okay, first of all, that sounds really cool, turning into a dinosaur or a dragon. But what he's also implying here from what he said before is that was the optimal thing to do. And I think we'll explore that more in the second video. Is that really true? Okay.
I mean, the Druid. Historically, which is to say since 3rd edition D&D back in 2000-ish, has been one of the most versatile classes in the game. Here we are 20 years later in Pathfinder 2nd edition. The illusion of choice is so overwhelming in a system built around combat, let's be honest, it is, that it's quite literally boring my player. And before you dismiss what I'm saying here as hyperbole, let me give you some additional context. Back at the end of Book 2 of Age of Ashes, my players TPK'd. Something I haven't had happen in a game in 22 plus years behind the screen.
Okay, people who follow me probably have seen me making some of these comments before, but there's a contradiction here where you're saying the players did the same thing every turn because there was only one optimal thing to do every turn. And then now you're saying they TPK'd. They died. Their characters died. If the first thing was true, then okay. First of all, maybe they weren't playing optimally. First of all, if they TPK'd. Second, maybe they were playing optimally, and if they were, then the adventure was too difficult because and Age of Ashes is notorious. It's the first adventure path that they came out with for having a very hard encounter design. I remember in Volume 2, the same volume, I've run Age of Ashes up through Volume 5. And in Volume 2, there is a camp where theoretically you can go there and 12 moderate and harder encounters can converge on you at once. And that might have worked in Pathfinder 1st edition, but I think because the math is so tight, the encounter balancing is so tight in Pathfinder 2nd, you do not want to combine encounters. And if you do, you need to be, as the GM, very careful about what you're doing. And the way the adventure was written, and because there were the adventure writers were not that familiar, we're still getting experience with how to design adventures. As written, it is too difficult. So, I'm just gonna put out some of my opinions up front. I think the party had that experience, and then they became much more optimization minded after that experience of the TPK. So I think that affected the game.
I've had plenty of character death, but never a complete wipe before. And so this Druid player is already bored of his character just between the levels of 9 to 12. That's how little choice they feel they have after initiative has been rolled. That is staggering, guys. That is staggering. We've moved from tier 2 into tier 3 play, and the player's character doesn't even have enough in the tank to keep them interested in a system built around both combat and character customization as its strengths. Why? Because of illusion of choice. Let me give you another example of an issue that
Another example. He hasn't been clear with this example so far. He's saying that the druid is doing the same thing every turn, but he hasn't explained why the druid's doing the same thing every turn. He hasn't explained why a swashbuckler is doing the same thing every turn. One can venture to guess that their TPK experience has got them to kind of be very, got them into a certain mindset. Another thing too is that if they were, if the difficulty of the adventure, as evidenced by the TPK, was getting them to act this way, the GM in Pathfinder 2e has a lot more ability than, I would say, 5e to just scale things down. Build the encounters at one lower step, or apply a -1 penalty to all of the creature's stats. Because in the end, let's be real, you are just scaling things to the party's level in these D&D like high fantasy games. You are, and if that level is, at least for your player group, not producing fun, produce fun. And there's no shame, especially with this AP, and maybe it wasn't as known then as it is now, but this AP, at least on the, I know at least at the Reddit forums in fall of 2020 when this came out, there was general acceptance of the idea that it was too hard. And given that, you don't, as the GM, have to run it as written, you know? In the end, bring over your 5e mentality over to Pathfinder. Make it up yourself. Fix it, you know? You don't have to run it by the book. So yeah.
I feel lends to this constant repetition. Let's talk about spells, casting magic, and the action economy. Here's probably the biggest lapse in judgment I've had when initially evaluating Pathfinder 2e. Originally, I loved the concept and mechanics presented. And honestly, even with the critique I'm about to give, I still think it's so close to being spectacular. But ultimately, it only compounds our previous issues of illusion of choice and is a significant factor in giving the players a feeling of being forced into a set of actions each turn. If you don't know, the system is simple on the surface. Every spell has a set number of actions that either can or in many cases must be used to cast them. Typically, this is 2 actions. So
I see someone mention it sounds like there's a drinking game whenever he says illusion of choice. If you want to see the drunk Ronald rules lawyer, you can look at my drunk stream. There's a very different Ronald there.
Level 5 banishment spell takes, you guessed it, 2 actions to cast. Additionally, some spells can be cast with more or less actions, and that will affect how powerful the spell is when it's cast. The best example of this is Magic Missile. If you spend 1 action, you get 1 dart. 2 actions gives you...
No, the best example is heal. He says the best. I think the best example is heal. Maybe it's the simplest one to explain. I'm getting ahead of myself. I think he chose this spell on purpose. Okay, hold on.
Gives you 2 darts, and 3 gives you 3. Go figure. It's beautifully elegant on the surface. But the issue is, no matter how many actions you use to cast Magic Missile or a similar spell, you still spend the exact same spell slot, which, going back to the point I'm driving home in this video, leads to exactly 0 players using the spell without its full set of actions. Anything less than 3 is literally less efficient. And Pathfinder 2nd Edition is all about maximizing and efficiency. The biggest reason...
Okay, I disagree. Sometimes, okay, from the standpoint of conserving resources, if that's the only criterion you have, yes, it's more efficient to do more damage to an enemy than less. But what if you have an ogre in your face? You want to save one of your actions to walk away from that ogre and prevent damage to yourself. That is more efficient in that situation. Sometimes you want to spend the 1 action version because you still want to cast Banishment that turn, which takes 2 actions. You can cast 2 spells on your turn. And why would you want to cast 1 action Magic Missile? That enemy can have 1 hit point. You don't need to have more missiles. And maybe that enemy's right after you in initiative. There are situations where you'll want to, quote, waste your spell slot in order to get someone out of the battle. And it had equal effect as spending 3 actions in that case against that particular monster, because 0 is 0. Sometimes you want 3 missiles and spread them out, but usually it's better to focus fire. Anyway, I'm jumping ahead of myself.
Reason, however, might be the one thing I've talked about with a fiery passion of hatred before, feats. I don't know how I got sucked into forgetting just how much I hated what feats did to the game in Pathfinder 1st Edition, but damn! Even with the feat buckets, there is still a sense of builds. Even with feat buckets, which I've praised in the past as being a better option than traditional feat trees, and I do think it is better than Pathfinder 1st Edition's pure feat.
Okay, he's not fully explaining himself here. What he means by feat buckets and why he's saying it's better in 2nd edition than what they had in 1st edition, which was feat trees. What are feat trees? You'll see a lot of feats in 1st edition, like I think it's called Whirlwind Attack, where you need like to have a minimum ability score and have 3 previous feats before you can take Whirlwind Attack. There'll be all of these chains, and you need to plan your character many levels in advance. What feat buckets means is that he must be talking about how some feats are called general feats and others are called skill feats, others are called class feats, where when you advance your character, you are limited to choosing from that particular bucket. And I don't know if the two things are necessarily counterposed, but I think what he's getting at is the fact that you don't have to plan many levels ahead. You can just take something at the level you take it without much advanced planning, is what I'm guessing. Anyway, I'm not sure why I went on that tangent, but I felt like I had to explain a term that he doesn't really.
Feat trees ultimately still has more holdover than I originally thought. And you can tell. You can absolutely tell that the players are creating synergies between their character options. And I mean, that's not some big secret, nor is it unexpected. I mean, come on. That's the most obvious headline for a newspaper ever. Quote, gamers make good character for game they're playing, end quote. I mean, come on. It's not their fault, and dismissing them as just simply power gamers is a very lazy opinion. But the way that feats still synergize in Pathfinder 2e all do one thing. They push the players towards a set of actions to utilize those synergies. That's it. And when the players don't do the things that their characters are the best at, they are literally purposefully playing suboptimally.
Okay, so I think we get to the illusion of choice here. He's saying feats make you better at something. And what he's saying is that they force you, he wouldn't say, okay, you don't have a gun to your head, but it's more optimal for you to do the things you're better at more. But I think that only works in a white room scenario. Sometimes you don't want to do a certain thing in a certain situation. Situations can be varied. And sometimes I find in Pathfinder you want to have 2 feats that you can't do in the same turn together. Like some things like sudden charge takes 2 actions to do, and twin takedown takes 2 actions to do also. So you're giving yourself more options. Sometimes when you have more feats, because the feats in Pathfinder often are actions or activities, you just have more things to do than you have actions for, because they're competing directly with each other. I think he's making too generalized a statement here, saying that feats in general make you do the same thing over and over again, because what if you take a feat like Whirlwind Strike at level 14, which costs all 3 of your actions? You can't do that all the time, every turn. You're not going to be surrounded by low-level enemies all the time. It gives you more ways to vary, to adjust to a changing battlefield. So, okay.
AKA, these feats, even from pools and not direct feat trees, are creating an illusion of choice for my players. Which is why, after a year of Pathfinder 2e and 2 sets of characters, I see them taking the same actions over and over, regardless of that variance of circumstances of the combats that they've been engaged in. And all this leads me to one conclusion. I want to quit playing Pathfinder 2e. I don't enjoy it. It doesn't give me that buzz and excitement that I get from playing other games. Now, I want to say something. This was not the video I wanted.
Okay, he doesn't like playing or running it. Anyway, I'm just not sure if he fully explained himself why. I think it's because he had wanted there to be more interesting choices, and it was an illusion. He thought it would be more, the combat would be more interesting. There you go. And he's not, a lot of people are going to say, yeah, the problems he's talking about here exist in 5e, where your feats make you do, you know, what's it called? Great Weapon Master, -5 to attack, +10 to damage all the time. I may have chosen the wrong feat there. But, yeah, that these routines of, you know, my marshal goes up to attack 5 times happen a lot, over and over. But what he's saying is that he had hoped that Pathfinder would not have the same issue. And I think we'll get into it a little more later in this video, maybe, that there's some addition of rules and work for the game master that is not that it involves more work or something, and that the extra, it's not giving him there's more crunch to it. Okay, I've been streaming a long time. There's more crunch to it, and the work that's involved with the more crunch is not that the character customization, what that was supposed to promise, is not delivering, given the extra work that there is. That was a torturous train of thought, but that last sentence was it. There you go.
To write this week. This was not the video that I sat down to write. I wanted to bang out a script for a new Kill Your Party with. I pulled out Tasha's to maybe do some more coverage over there. I had a long conversation, okay, with Dungeon Dudes about doing a collaboration over our disagreement on Healing Word just this past week. And I even pitched an idea to Monty and Kelly about putting some money on the line and turning the collaboration into a bit of a competition for charity. But this is the video that came out. And the only explanation I could think of as to why I literally couldn't get my fingers to type anything else other than this video was because I have such a passion for Pathfinder and even Paizo. And I'm still so disappointed in the direction that 2E took. The system is so crunchy. And the only thing saving us from the tedium of that crunch is good bones for combat. But after giving a year of my life to this game, I feel like even the combat has begun to let me down. And let me get ahead of the terrible comments that are going to be dismissive, saying...
Okay, so he said it there. I saw someone who was not clear on what his point was. He was saying that the extra crunch was not... anyway, he's not enjoying the combat as they leveled up. What just happened? He said that... I'll keep playing.
Well, Cody, Pathfinder is a system all about crunch. You just want to tell stories. Or what did you expect? Paizo makes crunchy games. To which I'll say this. If you think that all Pathfinder First Edition cared about was the crunch, that tells me you don't know your history in role-playing games.
Okay, he's kind of like predicting what people will say against him. And that he's not... I'll keep playing.
When Wizards left 3.5 behind for 4th edition and caused all that drama with their licensing for their third-party companies, Paizo didn't just make a crunchy 3.5, it did the opposite. It literally did the opposite of that. It simplified the game, even if only a tiny bit. It made the game easier and faster with changes to spot and listen and how initial skills were handled. And when you get feats, while at the same time still saying close enough to 3.5 to allow people to at least continue using their old book collections. And just because I find this fascinating, the snapshot in time when Pathfinder was the #1 selling game in the world, and it had supplanted Dungeons and Dragons, at that moment, Pathfinder was the least complicated version of D&D available on the market. It was easier to understand than 4th edition, and while it sold more books than anything else. And it never fell out of that top spot until 5th edition was released in 2014, which then became...
I'm not sure how he got here, but what he's now seemed to be saying is that if your game is simpler, it will be more successful. Because Pathfinder 1 was simpler than 4E, it had simplified 3.5E, and then was overtaken by 5E because that was simpler.
The easiest version of D&D to play and reclaimed the #1 spot. And I have a lot more.
Oh yeah, we got here because he's saying we don't know our history, but anyway, no one said anything yet. Anyway.
To say on this game. I have a lot more I want to say about the structure of the adventure paths and the way that that format clearly affects how Paizo presents their game. I want to talk about how the core combat system with their traits feeds into illusion of choice because their effects are way too small. I want to talk about how the trait system makes the game basically unplayable if Pathfinder 2e isn't the only game you play every week without, like, condition cards.
He's saying that traits make it unplayable. Okay, he's not liking the crunch and the defined traits. Okay.
I'll talk about the pros and cons of attacks of opportunity now that I've had an entire year under my belt with it. But I'm not going to. At least not in this video. At this point in my script, I was already on page 4, so I'll leave those topics for another day. What I will say is this. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is still absolutely a game that I could and would recommend to certain groups as their go-to game system. It has a lot to offer. The Paizo's team is still very passionate about not only their game, but this style of role-playing games. And
so he just kind of shot off some things that suggested he had thoughts about Pathfinder 2e and the adventure path design, but he does not really go into them. I'm just going to skip that stuff because his main points is what's going to drive a lot of the debate out that comes after this video.
And it shows. Their bestiaries and monster design are excellent. I genuinely still enjoy their Lost Legends line as well. I've got a few of those books sitting on my shelf. Their setting is really starting to grow on me. If your group gets together for one-shots on occasion and just wants to dungeon crawl through a labyrinth of a dungeon, seriously play this game. There is nothing better on the market, in my opinion.
Okay, so
if you don't care that your character does the same thing over and over in combat because you're just getting together with friends over a few beers to play and you really want to feel like you're just kicking a monster's ass, well, then guess what? Play this game. If you enjoy
Okay, so he's saying if you just want to fight monsters in a dungeon, play this game. Implying that if you want something that involves things that go beyond that, like role-play heavy games, things that more sandboxy where the players are creative, then this is not the best system for you. But he hasn't explained why. And I don't think that's okay, I'm gonna move on.
A style of gameplay where your game master never talks in first person because you guys all find that super cheesy. Play this game. I mean it on that last one, by the way. If you want to look down and say to your game master, I want to use a diplomacy check to make an impression, so I want to engage with the NPC in dialogue for at least 1 minute, and I want to make this check against his will DC to improve his attitude towards us by 1 step on a success or 2 steps on a critical, as listed on page 246 in the core rulebook, then you should play Pathfinder 2e.
Okay, that was incendiary. He kind of characterized Pathfinder players there in a negative light, which is not a good thing to do. You're going to piss people off. And what did he just do? He says, if you don't want to talk in character, play this game. So if you prefer to just roll dice to influence the king, this is the game for you. obviously, you don't have to play that way if you're playing this. He's also implying that is, I don't know, there's just a lot of... First of all, I'm going to point out some things, because... okay, I'm going to save some comments for after. Yeah, you can RP in Pathfinder. Yes. Thank you, chat. You don't have to play it the way he says it. I'm going to make something more of a general comment about how this might not be the system for him after this video. But I think that was an unfair attack, and especially characterization on Pathfinder players. And the fact that D&D has rules for diplomacy. If you go to page 244, you have creatures can be friendly, indifferent, and hostile. You have changing their attitude with a charisma check to shift their attitude. Having rule support, which the DM doesn't have to use, is there in both systems. But he feels like he has to run it in a certain way, perhaps because Pathfinder 2 has more things defined. But yeah, it's not that accusation that it's crunchy and has rules, hard-coded rules for roleplay, is not exclusive to Pathfinder.
I'm not saying Pathfinder 2e isn't for everyone. Just that for the time...
Yeah, you are.
I'm being, at least, it's not for me. I'm not even saying I think Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition has more interesting combat. In fact, if I had to, I would probably call it a draw. The thing is, though, if my choice is between a slightly unsatisfying combat system that feels repetitive and another slightly unsatisfying combat system that feels repetitive, and those are my two choices, then I'm going to pick the one that's less complicated, so at least I have more time to roleplay, which I also enjoy.
Okay, that part's a little honest and fair. It's just that he is, making this judgment about 2e that he hasn't backed up. That Pathfinder is repetitive. And also that the way he presented the crunch was not really fair.
I was really nervous to do this video this week, and I just want to say thank you to all the people who reached out to me on Twitter to convince me to go ahead and pull the trigger on making a critique video, even for a company that I love as much as Paizo. There's a history when you do a really strong critique for companies that sort of, work with you, and that you sort of are kind of reliant on of that not going 100% great. Look at the auto industry. Look at the TTRPG industry. Look at Linus and Jay's 2 cents.
Okay, I skimmed the transcript. He's kind of done with this video. He's made his main point. Okay, so he's come out with 2 different criticisms about Pathfinder. One is that its vaunted combat system and the choices in the 3-action economy that you have is illusory, because when you gain feats, that incentivizes you to do the same thing over and over again. Criticism 1. Criticism 2 is that he says there's too many rules. That's kind of his point. He was pointing to some rules governing, of all things, social encounters, which he clearly would prefer to use dialogue, interaction with the players instead. He says there's some rules about governing that in the book that he doesn't like. One, there are rules about that in 5e. Granted, they're a little less hard-coded. It's more like suggestions. It's presented as suggestions, whereas in Pathfinder, it's presented as, here's the rule. But you have the same freedom in both systems as the GM or DM to decide whether you're going to use something, because rule zero is the game is yours. it seemed like, and I think also if you are, and I may do a video on this, I think the social encounter rules in Pathfinder 2 are misunderstood by a lot of people. They are actually more straightforward and less confining than you would think that they are. And you don't have to use them if you don't want to. It's more you do want to use them. There is... Okay, I'm not going to go off on a tangent. So what is chat saying? Oh, there's a donation. Thank you, McFatson. Hot take. This man just discovered the Marshall-Caster disparity of D20 games, and he's blaming PF2. Of course, Rangers are more linear than Wizards. Not quite sure what that is addressing, that comment, but he doesn't really talk about the Marshall-Caster disparity in this video, so I apologize if I don't understand. Okay, I'll see what chat's saying. Before I go on to video 2, I have a few other materials to show you, my lovely viewers. Okay. Yeah, I think that... what should I say here? Yeah, I think Pathfinder 2 is, and its defined rules are not his preference, and we'll hear from one of his players in a second that he prefers to kind of be more improvisational in his DMing style. And let's get to one source. Okay. Here's one of the players from his Age of Ashes campaign that ran for a year in 2020 and ended around the same time he released that video. His name is Steve, I think. But I just want to play this little sequence that kind of adds more information as to how things went in his campaign.
And in response to Cody's video, I know his players have had their characters do different things. For example, his swashbuckler would sometimes feint or goading feint instead of tumble through to gain panache. His druid would sometimes cast spells, or, while in wild shape, would attack buildings or walls, or use a breath weapon, instead of simply biting the nearest foe. His bard player has tried to disguise himself and use his intimidation skill, which he put mechanical resources into in order to be able to do it better, quicker, have it last longer, be able to affect more targets, and try to coerce a group of enemies instead of simply casting a common spell or cantrip. Now, as a callback to my first point, all three of...
Okay, so I just want to point that out. Here's one of his players. Oh, and Ed Elblade is here. Ed is the person who I've interacted with on Discord. He just messaged in chat that he was a player in that campaign, so he's here. Yeah, so it seems like it doesn't seem like Cody represented accurately what was going, like what the players were doing in that campaign. And so at least with the swashbuckler, which he is the swashbuckler player, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was doing other things to get panache besides tumbling through. So Cody isn't kind of it doesn't seem like he gave an accurate picture as to what his players were doing. It may be more accurate in regard to the druid player, who I'm going to quote Ed Blade in a second, who was doing a similar thing every turn. Okay. What else do I want to show? Oh, on Cody saying that there's a lot of rules crunch and a lot of Pathfinder 2e is the system you go to if you like to have very detailed rules. Is that what he said? No. He where there's more crunch. That's what he said. And I just want to point out, here's this comparison video between 5e and Pathfinder 2e, and I'm just going to play this minute or so, and some people will know what I'm going to get at after but I'll just play it. But he's doing a side-by-side comparison. He's like rewarding points to each system, and he has Pathfinder 2e win the competition. He actually has Pathfinder 2e win in the side-by-side comparison. He's just gone through multi-classing, and he's about to go talk about skills.
Point Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Game mechanic number 6 is a big one as we look at the different ways the games look at skills and skill checks. Oh boy. To be honest, neither are perfect systems in my opinion, but there is one that I far and away prefer after running them over and over, and that's 5e. I have to be honest, there are few things that hurt my soul as bad as getting Pathfinder 2e in my hands and seeing the just absurd amount of crunch in this section of the core rulebook. Genuinely, everything that I love about how incredible Pathfinder's combat is versus 5th edition takes a complete 180 with running a game outside of combat. With Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, I can just make a call and stay in the moment. There's a gap up ahead in the trail. Do I think I could jump it? Probably. Well, how far is it? I don't know, probably 10 to 12 feet across. But the other side is just slightly lower. Okay, I'll try to jump it. No problem. Give me a strength check. Can I add my athletics? Sure, if you're proficient. Okay, 16, is that enough? You take a few steps and leap the gap, but you realize your gear is weighing you down a little more than you thought. You slam onto your stomach on the other side, but luckily, you're able to grab on enough and heave the rest of your body up onto the stone pathway. Simple, easy. They trust Dungeon Masters enough to just run the game. Meanwhile, Pathfinder 2e, oh boy, articulates absolutely everything to their detriment. Looking at a similar situation, when the player asks for the distance, you would have to commit to an exact distance across. Then, unless you can memorize the difference in the rules on page 242 in the middle of a 638-page rulebook, by the way, for a long jump and make sure that you're not accidentally mixing it up with high jump, because there are, in fact, separate rules for them, you would almost certainly have to stop your game and look it up. I just don't know what they were thinking here. I have no idea why they really thought that roughly 6 paragraphs were needed to describe in full detail the exact mechanical difference between a character who wants to make a long jump versus the exact mechanical difference of a character making a high jump. Oh, it hurts my soul, I tell you, it hurts my soul to read that. Point, D&D 5e. Speaking of which, game mechanic, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, I see people in chat already caught on already. His complaint here is that Pathfinder does not trust the Dungeon Master. 5e does. He likes the crunch and definition of things in combat in Pathfinder 2e, but outside of combat, it's way overboard. There's like rules for defining. In 6 paragraphs, he says, jumping. He prefers to just wing it and tell the player a DC, and then they roll it, and then he could describe it narratively. Well, anyway, 5e has rules for jumping. It has separate rules for long jump and high jump. In fact, yeah, and there's no roll required. You just need to have... you cover a number of feet up to your strength score if you run at least 10 feet. And then there's rules for high jump. 3 plus your strength modifier. It's quite specific. It at the GM's option, if you want to jump over something in a long jump, like jump over a certain obstacle, the GM may give you have you ask for a DC 10 strength athletics check. So it tells the DM what the DC is, no matter how high or low the obstacle is. It does not trust the Dungeon Master at all. There. My main point is that Cody, like many, I'm not trying to be mean to Cody because it's not confined to Cody. Many 5e DMs don't know this rule. And there's a number of rules. 5e is a crunchy system. There are rules around invisibility, for example, that many 5e DMs don't run. There's also a rule that drinking a potion uses an object and therefore is your whole action. Many DMs don't run that. They just wing it. And they wing it either because they don't know the rule exists or when they study the rule, they find it doesn't really add to fun at their table. So if you're ignoring this rule for 5e, why aren't you also ignoring the rule in Pathfinder 2nd edition? And then why aren't you also, if you don't like the rules for social interactions in Pathfinder 2nd edition, why aren't you doing the same thing you do in 5e and ignore the rules for it? So, but what I think this speaks to is that many DMs wants to just be able to, for them, the rules being in place is not the style of rules that they prefer. They want to have gaps in the rules so that they can wing it, set a DC, and have people have players meet it. Whereas I prefer to have more rules defined, and you get to decide whether you're going to use it. And I also appreciate how in Pathfinder, you kind of you have a sense of how difficult something should be, like convincing. Anyway, I'll just point out one thing here. The climb action, it gives you suggestions of how much climbing a ladder is, which is untrained, which is DC 10. A wall with small handholds and footholds, which is an expert check, which is by default DC 20. A ceiling with handholds and footholds, climbing on a ceiling is a master, so DC 30. A smooth surface, DC 40. And those numbers actually have backup in the system. You cannot climb on a smooth surface unless you can meet a 40, and that requires being actually, level 20 or so, or level 15, and getting a high roll. You can also, anyway, there's just a progression that you feel as you level up. There are legendary things you can do at higher levels that you were not able to do at lower levels. Jumping, 40 feet, a 40-foot gap, using long jump, because the distance you jump actually equals your skill check in Pathfinder 2e, whereas in 5e you're just kind of limited to your strength score. And you don't even have a roll. There's no drama. You just, if there's an 18-foot gap and you have an 18 strength, you just jump. Anyway, different strokes, different folks, but I prefer the fact that there's more rules support in skills so that you feel your progression, and also specialists feel that they're actually better than their peers on something. Yeah. Okay, so that was my little mini rant. Oh, yeah, and I can also improvise with these. I can wing this and say, oh, climbing that wall, let me look at the climb action and look at its examples, and I think therefore that climbing up a greasy vat or a monster covered in oil is going to be a 25, looking at these numbers. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so I think the next thing is Edblade is here. So I'm going to share. I had an exchange with Edblade. Edblade was a player in Cody's game. I just want to share just more info. Because I think what happened is, again, I don't want to go after Cody. He's not producing YouTube videos at the moment. And also it's, I got confirmed that he had a difficult time of his life at the time that he was running the Age of Ashes campaign. And so I also sympathize with game masters who are having trouble making a campaign work for a particular group, and also having trouble with the game system. Because I'm actually having trouble with Pathfinder 2e at the moment, running my Outlaws of Alkenstar campaign, and had a frank discussion with some of my players about how to solve some issues in that campaign. I'll just say that that there were some issues in this campaign, the Age of Ashes campaign, that happened that it sounded like his ending the Age of Ashes campaign prompted the release of the videos of him quitting Pathfinder that were not necessarily... it just sounded like... I'll just read. Sorry. I don't know how much I should preface. All right. Ed Blade says, I have played D&D since '84 and have been a forever DM through 2E, 3E, 3.5, PF1 with a little of 4E. I run weekly games online for 5E and a weekly game at a local gaming store for the past few years. I have a home game for the last 5 years every other weekend and playing one weekly 5E game and one weekly PF2E game. So a lot of experience with 5E that this person has had. Not new to the rodeo. This next paragraph is about the guy in the video we just saw. Yes, he was one of the other players. We had 5 players total, and he seemed to draw most of Cody's frustration as he took the time to learn the traits, conditions, and rules to best utilize his features. Cody became frustrated with players when they tried to use their features and feats to do something he was not prepared to adjudicate. The group was formed from patrons to experience Pathfinder. 2 of the 5 players had played in Cody's previous 5e games, while the other 3, including the one that posted the rebuttal video, were new to Cody's style of DMing. We started playing the Age of Ashes and quickly discovered the need to play as a team, as many of the initial battles were difficult. My largest issue was that Cody did not take the time to understand our characters and their features, especially the feats and conditions of the game. The first party TPK'd against the woodland camp in the jungle. Even though we attempted stealth and made a plan to eliminate groups of enemies one by one, Cody alerted the entire camp and we were slain as we tried to escape. He ignored the chase rules and placed us in a round-by-round escape, where we were easily overwhelmed and my ranger was beheaded by a Vrog. I want to say my reaction is going to surprise some people, but I sympathize a bit with Cody here. Because the adventure as written, if you run it as written, it is only logical for that group to hear a battle to the death 30 feet away and want to support them. And there's going to be encounters combining. So I attribute some blame to the design of that particular area in Age of Ashes Volume 2. Also, I'm not sure... I think running round by round for getting away from the camp might have been sound also. But at some point, you are going to see the writings on the wall and that the party members are going to die. And at that point, either during the session or afterward, you do want to talk as players about find out whether they enjoyed the experience, and then find out, do we want to keep playing this adventure as written or make some adjustments? Now, what Ed has said about not knowing the player's features and that contributing to maybe some mistakes he made as a DM, that hasn't been explained at this point in the paragraph. But it's, yeah. But we can't expect everyone to know all features of all players, especially in Pathfinder 2 as you level up. So that's all I'll say on that, but maybe some more will be made clear here. He forwarded the game to... I made this a blank space because it might be a spoiler for the AP, and we made new characters. We played to the best of our ability, but it was difficult when rules needed to maintain the balance and mechanics were ignored in favor of telling the story. We increasingly found the encounters being combined, regardless of attempts to use skills, feats, and spells to prevent this. Personally, I think Cody did not have time to learn the rules well enough. And to be fair to Cody, I think he was running several campaigns, many of them in 5e, and he's running... This is maybe his first PF2 campaign, and there's going to be some pressures involved when you're doing it for patrons, and this is your first campaign running this system. I kind of sympathize with that. I asked for some follow-up from Ed on what this was about skills, feats, and spells not being by the players using them, and that not being and then being ignored in favor of telling the story. One example was an enemy villain mage was fleeing and created a wall of force to block the party from pursuing them. The druid player creates a hole in a wall and some player does an acrobatics check to try to jump through the hole in the wall to get to the stairwell that the mage was fleeing down. And there was a 9-foot drop at the stairwell. The person rolls 30, rolls amazingly, but lands prone and loses all of their actions for the rest of the turn. Had 2 more actions, but basically that's it for the player. I guess the mage kind of... anyway, that's... The other example was some villains stalking the party, and the bard player, played by Ed, using an illusion spell to role play and make them think they're talking to one of their superiors, telling them, "Oh, the party's over there." And the DM said, "Well, that's not very believable. It doesn't succeed." Okay, first I'm going to be sympathetic again to the GM here, because sometimes, particularly when running an AP, there's a pressure to run the content and run the battles as written. And I made that same mistake recently in my Outlaws of Alkenstar campaign. So I'm not immune to this problem. But what I do think is going on is, I think after the the TPK experience at the end of Volume 2, that the difficulty was not dialed down, and the GM, for whom this was his first Pathfinder 2E game that he had run, was feeling like he had to rely, that he had to be on the training wheels and run things as written. And that it led to kind of a disconnect from the players and his own sense of what was fun. And I've seen this happen where it's no one's fault. A group just isn't gelling together and it needs to end. And people find other groups where things will work out. It's another thing, though, to release a video saying it's the system. So I'll keep reading. The understanding characters... Oh. Okay, this is part of a conversation I'm having with Ed, so this first clause will not make sense. But Cody did not seem to take time to understand the rules overall, and the exploration rules were not used, and skill feats and skill usage in combat became frowned upon as it took time and caused them to look up DCs. This led to players repeating their actions since those were previously understood and had worked. He even made a comment once that to prepare, a DM should just skim a monster prior to the game. That works great in a well-known system, but we were all learning a new system along with him. This caused combats to slog, as he either needed to pause to determine what a condition meant, or do the bouncing from a page to another page to another page in the rulebook. Okay, I'm going to be a little, actions that were not understood by the table got disfavored for those that were familiar. I'm going to say that this is a collective issue here, not just the GM, that if you want to use the skill actions, the rules are right there. One advantage, I think, of Pathfinder is that Demoralize is perfectly spelled out. Recall Knowledge, well, actually, that's an exception. I think it would be written better. But your skill actions are defined in the rules, and what's great about them being in the rules is that your players can take the responsibility of learning them also. So I think if there had been more support from the players, that would have helped here. So I will, say that this isn't entirely Cody's fault in his defense. The in favor of telling a story comment refers to player agency. Sometimes it felt as if the rules were ignored when Cody did not know them or did not agree with them. I imagine social interactions was one of them. This caused much friction with Steve, the guy in the video, who was truly an optimizer, especially when Cody just shut efforts down. So I imagine, if you specialize, I'm just going to make an example of it, specialize in a skill being master, you want your investment to play out. I see, in general, there's a challenge in running P of 2, where you want to be a bit more improvisational, but the player's abilities kind of mean that they succeed. And you kind of have to accept the in-world fiction of the fact that these are kind of superheroes. They're going to be able to climb that smooth wall with a 40 on their check. But anyway, I feel Cody's DM style just clashed with such a tightly balanced system, and he enjoys improv and creating twists during combat that needs the ambiguity of rules to support. Though we were playing on a VTT, theater of the mind descriptions were used that contradicted the grid system, which made tactics difficult between characters. So there was some using theater of the mind while using a VTT, which can be a problem. And then I asked Ed Blade, did players complain about the illusion of choice to Cody? Was this a complaint coming from the players? And Ed Blade says, I don't remember anyone complaining of repetitive actions to the group. Not sure if they did so to Cody. The group ended when Cody stated he wanted to take a break from PF2, as it did not seem to be what he expected. It was rather abrupt, and his video came out near that time, I believe. Afterwards, he commented that some of the other players, though it thought it was blank, I did not want to include the other names, did not like the crunch. Another player, blank, did not like the slowing of the game to clarify rulings that were directly opposed to the actual printed rules. In the end, the players had different expectations and styles that caused obvious frustration. Instead of work them out, it felt like Cody abandoned the game and the players. I'm gonna quote, I think I have to quote the Druid player who said, it's not entirely from Cody's brain. The Druid player said, I'm sorry, I thought I saw it. Oh. Okay, here we go. Here's an excerpt of what the Druid admitted to me about his Druid. I feel like he, Cody, would not have been able to articulate his frustration with the system if I did not voice to him my boredom with Miva's pre-thought-out build and how it's just really boring. I shapeshift, hit things, my only feats are to transform mostly, and doesn't really leave much outside of my build. However, the Druid was clutch on several battles with spells. This is Ed speaking. However, the Druid was clutch on several battles with spells, to include a chain lightning that turned one of the battles around completely. So why am I going to all of this? This is a lot of reading. I want to give context to the video because I think that what happened was he just wasn't having fun running the game. I don't think it's completely out of... He did not make up this criticism of repetitive actions completely. It came from one player. But in order to make his point, it sounded like, you know, the story was created where the swashbuckler was doing the same thing every turn, you know? So anyway, I guess let me read chat. Yeah, I mean, I'll say in the end, yeah, someone wrote, it sounds like Cody needed a post-mortem with his players. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to stick together. Not everything has to work out, and you don't have to play Pathfinder 2E. But yeah, it sounds like a conversation with the players would have been good. And I think that would have been enlightening to Cody himself, too. You know, and not everything is on the game master. Not everything is the game master's fault. But it can just be that a particular system and or what the players want from the game doesn't vibe with what you want from the game. And that's okay. But we get this kind of, you know, presentation of like, oh, it's Pathfinder's objectively only for some players who like to not role play, which is never that doesn't seem to be the conclusion to draw here. And that's what he said in his first video. Now, I do understand that Cody did go through a difficult part of his life. I won't go into the details, and he's also not on YouTube now. But, you know, I think if he wants to repair, you know, his relationship with some of the community, he can make a follow-up. Nothing's stopping him. But as of now, this is the last word, and it is still, as I said at the beginning of the video, his last word on Pathfinder, that it is continuing to, you know, make, I think, what is an incorrect impression of what Pathfinder 2 is. Hence, I'm doing my stream. Okay. I will continue, but I'll do another bathroom break. I think I can barrel through the last video. I will have specific things to say, but give me a minute. Mario, loving the stream. Yeah, glad you are. Just skimming because I want to move on to see. Yeah. All right. I see Ed is having some exchanges. Ed was a player in that campaign, is having some exchanges with folks. So people feel free to ask questions. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of give a balanced account of what happened, because there's a lot of speculation too about what had happened in his personal campaign that kind of said the players were, you know, not doing the same thing, that the players were just not employing, that they were playing Pathfinder poorly. So I wanted to clear that up, and also just give my own take, because I think that what am I trying to say? That I think it gets to the bottom of, you know, why you just ended up not liking the system, and I don't think that the videos fairly present why the system didn't work for him. They just don't present why it didn't work for him. Okay, great. So let's move on. I'll say too that the VOD, the stream is going to stay up on my channel. I just think that this is important to have up there, but I'm also going to, it's going to be an interminably long stream for people, so I'm going to have timestamps when I can make them, when I can go through this again. And in terms of this last video, the best rebuttal is going to be the video I did called Testing the Illusion of Choice, I think is what I called it, where I have a combat demonstration. It's not short, but I think it's a good positive showing of what you can actually do in Pathfinder 2e, that there is not an illusion of choice, that there's actually a lot of interesting decisions, and it's not optimal to do the same thing every turn, even if your feats seem to say so. That video was so long, it's actually in two part. That video is an hour and a half, but that actually I had to delete a second combat from it. That was almost an hour, so it's really a 2.5 hour video. I made a movie. And that second video is the boss battle in Pathfinder 2e, the one going up against I want to say a wraith. I could be wrong there. All right, here we go.
You ever heard the expression beating a dead horse? That's what I'm going to do today.
Oh, I think it's yeah. There was a lot of videos after that responding to Cody, mostly disagreeing with him, saying a variety of things. One came from Nonat, my colleague, fellow Pathfinder creator, and Cody had a not very graceful response to Nonat, which people can find on Twitter, and kind of fueling the fire. And then he comes out with this video. So he had, you know, been the target of a lot of criticisms, people being angry about his video in the meantime. So that's the context for what he's about to say.
I'm gonna beat a dead horse and make another video about the Pathfinder 2e core game mechanics and why I've reached the conclusion to quit playing the game. And I'm gonna respond to all of the criticism that I received this week. Now, not everybody disagree with me, okay? And I am totally recognizing that. But even a few of my friends decided to jump on the bandwagon this week to dole out a little criticism for my opinion. Though, I want to point out that while there was plenty of criticism, I saw almost no contestation, no defense, no vindication of the system, evidence to the contrary, or rationalizations to counter the points I made over the illusion of choice specifically prevalent during combat. I mean, what I...
Okay, I'm sorry. He just said something... I don't know how much he saw the responses, but he just said they didn't make a point. But... I don't know, there was a number of good videos out there. One that went into the math and... Oh, it actually was after this one, in response to this video. Anyway, yeah.
I did here was a lot of empty words, okay, based in subjectivity, severely lacking any pertinent information while making absurd assumptions about a campaign and a group of players that they literally have never seen and don't know anything about. And at the same time, I also received comments encouraging me to follow up and provide more specifics. So here we are. Let's beat a dead horse. Addressing the elephant in the room. I am incredibly disappointed in the rude, condescending, and frankly belittling comments directed towards myself and my players this week. Furthermore, I'm disappointed in the lack of back and forth dialogue.
I'm sorry. We just saw from all of that he misrepresented his players in the first video as doing the same thing every turn. And so he's now saying that they unfairly attacked him, but all anyone knows is what he represented them as doing.
And discussion that usually takes place in the comment section whenever I do a video like this. I'm no stranger, okay, to having people disagree with me, but the downright disrespect in tone I've seen in the little gathered communities on the internet is incredibly disheartening.
Okay, I'll say the obvious. He was disrespectful to Pathfinder players in his first video, so when you have that tone, you will get some of it too.
See what I did there? But the real kicker I want to talk about here is just how little genuine discussion these individuals offered up. I saw response videos and I read comments on Twitter where people said over and over, just be more creative, Cody. That's all it is. Just be more creative.
Just be more creative. That actually is a fair way to say a fair way to characterize what NoNat did in his response video, which was not really a criticism of Cody at all. It was kind of like, if you're finding, it was like GM advice, NoNat's video was, and it was saying, if you're finding your combats too repetitive, here are some things you can do, some special abilities you can give, open things up, be more creative in your... I forget exactly what he did. It's been a while since I've seen NoNat's video, but I think Cody's talking about... I mean, the thing was, NoNat didn't have this tone of being... He wasn't even... It was like a constructive video. He was not criticizing Cody for not being creative. He was just kind of, to the general audience, like, here's what you can do. And I also suggested the free archetype variant to have players have more abilities. So I think there's an amount of mischaracterizing his detractors here.
You just need to be more creative. I don't know why you haven't thought about this, but have you tried being more creative? None of them talked about the feat system. None of them talked about attacks of opportunity and the changes it has made in the core game mechanics for 2E.
He just said at the end of the first video that he was not going to go into attacks of opportunity and how they changed the core systems of 2E. He also did not say much about the feat system. I mean, it was implied. You had to kind of imply things from what he said, but I don't think it was a coherent argument that was fully presented. So to say that they didn't respond to the points in his video, the video wasn't very clear on its main points, I think.
None of them talked about the stuff that I brought up with spells and spell slots and how their players downcast frequently. It's because they don't. None of them talked about how they push and shove and use skills in combat every single turn because there's so many awesome choices. Because there isn't. And they don't. And they know it. They didn't talk about these things because they didn't have anything of substance to add to their arguments about how my analysis was incorrect. And here's why. Because A, B, and C reasons in the game's mechanics. It felt a little to me like those monkeys, you know, those hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil monkeys, just players covering their ears and screaming out into the ether of the internet that there's absolutely nothing wrong, la la la.
I'm sorry. He's saying that they didn't, I made these points and they didn't respond to them, and they covered their ears, comparing them to animals. Basically, it's very disrespectful. But also, he's making a video in which he makes his point that he didn't make in the first video. He felt like he had to make a 50-minute video, which is going to make the points that he did not make. The tone to say what he should have said, how he should have opened it, was saying some people didn't make my point or didn't understand my point, and I'm about to do it in this video. I could have done it better in the first video, and so I'm going to use this video to make it clearer. But he's not. Anyway, he's not doing that.
It's your fault. It's your player's fault. I even saw people trying to shift blame to the writers and make excuses for the adventure path we were running. Look, I'm sorry. Is Amanda Hammond not a professional game designer? Is Eleanor Farron not a professional game designer?
There are problems with those adventures, and professional game designers, especially with a new system, I mean, they have to make they have to put these things to print like several months in advance before they reach the consumer, so that China can print them and then come over. There's like there are mistakes that could be made. It's not what's the word? We're not casting aspersions on the authors here. Paizo's great, and to claim that we were attacking Paizo and he's the one not making unfair attacks on people, just kinds of puts himself in a white, Anyway, it's I'm not saying the words clearly, but I think people get my point.
It's like all of the fans of the system wanted to blame everything else but taking an honest look at the game's mechanics and talking about their pros and their cons. And if you'll allow me this brief moment to be upset on behalf of my players who took a bunch of abuse they did not deserve from those anonymous commenters on the internet this week who don't know a damn thing about my players. Would it surprise you to learn that 60% of the players in this group are between the ages of 40 and 60 years old? Probably not what you expected, is it? Did you know that 40% of the players in this game were also members of my Out of the Abyss campaign that I've talked about several times before? So they've been with me over 2 years through two totally different campaign systems or game systems and two totally different campaign styles. Maybe, just maybe, they might be maybe a little more creative than you're giving them credit for.
I think there's perhaps a consensus on the Pathfinder 2e subreddit now, I think, that more experience with RPGs, particularly crunchy tactical RPGs, especially 3rd edition and 4th and 5th edition, will hamper your learning Pathfinder 2e. That you're going to think that the usual ways of increasing your damage per round, of offense is, the best condition is dead, might actually hamper your learning process of learning about how the multiple attack penalty means it's not the best thing to just attack 3 times per round. You have to unlearn behaviors that were rewarded in other systems. Not saying that they are, and Ed is here in the chat, not saying that, that there's any lack of experience. There's a lot of rich experience, I'm sure. However, it doesn't automatically mean one will know what's optimal in Pathfinder 2e combat. And no one ever, he's talking about their creativity, which that is... Anyway, I'll keep playing. I made my point, but I wasn't... Okay.
And these commenters didn't and don't have a clue about how my players creatively approached a multi-leveled tower by wild shaping into a sparrow to fly to higher levels and free prisoners from chain devils while sealing off sections of slavers with Wall of Force and literally tearing through other sections of the walls and into the stairwell as a dragon to chase down a powerful enemy caster before they could teleport away. Or how the group just 2 weeks ago made the brilliant deduction that the area they were infiltrating actually had two distinct groups that had agreed to work together, and that they were not so intertwined that perhaps my players couldn't take out some of the slavers and pass themselves off as the slavers to the other group instead.
Okay, I'm not sure what criticisms of the players he's talking about, but even if that kind of creativity doesn't necessarily translate to varying your actions per turn. You can still be creative in that way, but also still think attacking 3 times per turn is like the best rotation. It's a different topic. It's a different kind of creativity. So it's kind of changing the subject.
Completely and utterly overcoming an encounter with nothing more than their wits and creativity without initiative even being rolled.
Yeah, he's talking about solving problems outside of outside of combat or outside of just damage. So that's you can do that in any system you can do that in any system.
Just good old-fashioned roleplay and creativity. Did they know anything about how my players cleverly used a wand of web as a safety net to escape an exploding cliffside temple, aka GoldenEye 007, or how they discovered a plot of a planned ambush by polymorphing into an insect, and how quite literally they became a fly on the wall to discover that the councilwoman had been replaced by a necromancer under the illusory disguise spell that they had previously defeated before allowing to escape? No. The commenters didn't know any of that, but just rudely dismissed my assessment of the game's mechanics as nothing more than my fault, my player's fault, or even the writer's fault, without offering any analysis of their own to refute my assessments about the game's mechanics and design.
His video gave us conclusions. That was an illusion of choice, but he didn't give evidence. So people had to speculate. And draw their own conclusions. But yeah, that was due to the nature of the first video. And I mean, I would imagine there were some commenters who were a bit harsh and saying, oh, your players are shit and they're just not creative. Well, actually, I don't know. Honestly, if any of that was out there, I don't know. But the only criticism he has acknowledged has been you're not creative enough, Cody. You're not creative enough players. That's the only one. But I don't remember that. I only remember Nonat's video possibly being characterized that way, and that is not a fair way to... That's not what the argument by Nonat was. So I'll keep moving on.
As we say down here in Texas, it's just a lot of people talking out their asses. Okay. Now that I've had the chance to defend my players a little bit, another comment I saw in several places was about how I said my players were forced to play optimally. This was probably the biggest issue I had with several of the response videos, and I just want to clarify that if you go back and watch it, that's actually not what I said. I said the game's mechanics give the players the feeling of being forced. The mechanics give...
That is what he meant, but I think he actually did use the word forced. I'm not sure, but... Anyway, even this point I disagree with.
The players the feeling of being forced to play optimally. There's a big difference between being forced and feeling forced, okay? I forced my son to brush his teeth before he goes to bed. I feel forced to compliment my wife when
No one actually thought you had a gun to player's head. No one thought that.
she asked me how she looks. Get the difference? It is my belief, after giving a year of my life to Pathfinder 2e, that the game's core mechanics do not offer enough interesting choices for the players during combat to justify the overcomplexity of the ordinary mundane actions that could and should be simply handled during roleplay. And I have receipts.
Okay, I'm going to play that again because I think that's a thesis statement here.
Do not offer enough compliment my wife when she asks me how she looks. Get the difference? It is my belief, after giving a year of my life to Pathfinder 2e, that the game's core mechanics do not offer enough interesting choices for the players during combat to justify the overcomplexity of the ordinary mundane actions that could and should be simply handled during roleplay.
That conflates combat with roleplay. Like, he's saying that the crunch in combat doesn't justify the the crunch outside of combat. So, and we... okay, I'll keep playing.
And I have receipts that will prove and illustrate all of my points here. Okay, another big accusation in these comments I saw was that my players were simply min-maxers, okay? And the reason they were repeating the sequence of actions is because all they cared about was optimizing, all right? They're just a bunch of optimizers. Let's go ahead and address that one real quick. To do that, let's be specific and talk about the Pathfinder 2e Ranger. Now,
okay. Were people saying his players were optimized? Anyway, I'm just not sure people said these things.
As a reminder, because apparently I do have to keep repeating myself for it to sink in for people, the illusion of choice is not during character creation, but rather after initiative has been rolled with your choices inside of combat. I'm not talking about role play. I'm not talking about character design, okay? I'm talking about how the game mechanics and core game design create that illusion of choice inside of combat. Did we all get it that time? Okay. Was that specific enough?
Ooh, he never said it that clearly in the first video. Anyway.
Okay, so you want to make a ranger for your next Pathfinder 2e game, and you've come up with your background, and you know that you want to use a bow like Legolas. That's it. Nothing fancy or over the top. Very reasonable ranger with the bow trope. You're level 1, and so you get to pick between 5 choices for your first feat. Your choices are between Animal Companion, Crossbow Ace, Hunted Shot, Monster Hunter, and Twin Takedown. 5 totally and completely different choices here. But you want to shoot arrows with your bow. So Animal Companion, it isn't really the vibe you're going for. Neither is Crossbow Ace. Twin Takedown is all about double striking with your sword. Hunted Shot lets you fire 2 arrows as one action, so probably pretty good. And Monster Hunter lets you point at something to briefly give your team a +1 to hit an enemy one time. So you take Hunted Shot. Not super power gamey, okay? You took the one choice you had that helped your bow be a little better. That's all. Now, you also get 2 abilities at level 1 as part of your core class. Hunt Prey, which takes an action and gives you some bonuses to seeking out your opponent, and Hunter's Edge, which, when you fire arrows against your hunted prey, you get a bonus to your bow's damage if you choose the bow option here and not the sword option. I mean, the level of power gaming here is already insane, right? I mean, level 1, and we've already started down the path as those min-maxers. Next thing you know, if you're not careful, you'll be putting points into your dexterity score. Like, whoa, you're an unstoppable force of min-maxing optimization here, guys. You should slow down. So during those first few fights at level 1, you fought goblins, a fire elemental, which was pretty cool, an ill-intentioned wizard, and a huge flying bat. And for all of those, you Hunt Prey, Hunted Shot, and a third attack if you didn't have to move closer. For level 2, you skipped shot by putting points in.
All right, so he is saying anyway, it's just kind of a straw man, like this accusation that his players are optimizers. So maybe I should just ignore that.
Of power gaming here is already insane, right? I mean, level 1, and we've already started down the path as those min-maxers. Next thing you know, if you're not careful, you'll be putting points into your dexterity score. Like, whoa, you're an unstoppable force of min-maxing optimization here, guys. You should slow down.
Sorry, I had to expose people to hearing that again.
At level 1, you fought goblins, a fire elemental, which was pretty cool, an ill-intentioned wizard, and a huge flying bat. And for all of those, you Hunt Prey, Hunted Shot, and a third attack if you didn't have to move closer. For level 2, you skipped Favorite Terrain, Hunter's Aim, Monster Warden, because that's technically triggered off of Monster Hunter as though it were a pure feat tree, even though, many people said that those don't exist in this edition, and Wild Empathy to just take Quick Draw. And already, guys, wow, you are a power gamer dedicated to nothing more than DPR without any roleplay or any creativity, because you took the one bow feat at level 1, and at level 2 you thought maybe you could draw your bow quicker if things got bad for your group. Level 3, you take Hefty Hauler for your general feat because you think it fits well with your character's background of hunting large game and having to carry your kills back to be dressed. And for your third ranger feat at level 4...
Okay, I'll just say one thing. He's kind of saying that this person shouldn't be characterized as a power gamer because they're choosing feats that just help their archery. But it is true that they're making a one-dimensional character. And that is going to be the how it plays. And that's precisely what he's saying is the problem, but he attributes it to Pathfinder and not the fact that this person wanted to be one-dimensional. And I wouldn't concede either that this character still would want to do other things besides fire arrows in their turn. But there is something, I wouldn't call it power gaming, but there is something single-minded, one-dimensional about the way this character is being built that is one way to play the game, but he's treating it as kind of like the default. That's how you play the game. And yeah.
You snag up Far Shot, which is pretty weak, just increasing your arrow's distance, but it fits with that flavor of being a cool archer ranger pretty well. So you snag it up.
I'm going to point out too that Far Shot and Quick Draw are not really necessary to being they don't really add to your DPR either. Like, he could have gone to many of those level 1 feats and chosen, Monster Hunter, things like that. At level 2, you're not limited to the level 2 feats. You can choose from level 1. There's just a lot more freedom to choose among the feats here. He's not on a rail. And although he claimed to not be claiming that there's a lot although he said that he's not saying that there's an illusion of choice in character building, he kind of is making that point here. He claimed his only point was that the railroadiness was in combat choices, but he is kind of attacking the character feat system, that you were kind of limited in your choices here.
Now, sarcasm aside, okay, let's put this ranger inside of a combat right now. Right now, let's throw it up against a flying CR8 Chimera in a mountain valley. Let's throw it up against a hidden away CR4 Mimic hiding in the master suite of an abandoned manor house. Let's throw the ranger and their party up against a pair of ghouls and a pair of ghasts that rise up defending a cavern entrance to a necromancer's lair. Your adrenaline's pumping, ranger. It's your turn. You have 3 actions. What do? In all of these fights, they hunt prey, hunted shot, and fire a third volley. The same thing they've been doing in every single combat situation since that first session. Assuming, of course, they don't have to escape from the Mimic's clutches first. I mean, can we spice up these combats even further by giving the players more things to engage with in their environments? Sure we can. But trying to point the finger at all 3 of these very different creature types and 3 very different environments is purposefully choosing to be contrary and avoiding the core issue and point. Even if temporarily altered by the enemies and combat scenes, if you will, the players will continue to push through the rotations of optimal actions whenever given the choice. And they do this without being power gamers or running the numbers real quick or being...
Okay, I'm just going to say there's something wrong in what he's saying. In the first video, he said that third attack almost never hits. So this is not optimal. There's many things you can do that don't incur the -10 multiple attack penalty. But he's just described an unoptimal thing to do and something that forces you to do something different than attack.
Being statisticians. They do this because it's what the game's core engine and mechanics nudge them to do. You have 3 actions. You hunt prey, hunted shot, fire off a third arrow if you don't need to use one of your actions to maybe move over a little bit. Fast forward the clock and look at level 10 and level 12, and I assure you, they'll still be doing the same thing. Hunt prey, hunted shot, fire off third arrow.
So if you go back and you check out my podcast, I had a player who was playing a ranger, and within, I want to say,
Someone asked if I have I Love Lucy playing in the background. That's my roommate, yes.
Say 7 to 8 episodes, you will hear his rotation in combat. Every combat. It's the same rotation, and we played all the way from level 1 to level 16.
For the ranger, it's hunt prey, hunted shot, throw in a third shot that usually misses. My druid...
That usually misses. He said it right there. I want to play it again. I just want to underline it.
It's hunt prey, hunted shot, throw in a third shot that usually misses. My druid...
Was that the rotation your ranger used?
Yeah, that's the exact rotation.
Why? Because it's literally the best thing to do, which...
Okay, no. You can demoralize the creature, and then hunt prey, then do your 2 shots. You can create a diversion to make that creature flat-footed to you, then hunt prey, and then make your first shot against a flat-footed enemy. You could have basically given a +2 bonus on your first attack roll instead of go for a crit fish, like something that had a 1m20 chance of succeeding. And your +2 on your first attack roll might double your crit chances. It's a huge... and bows have the deadly trait. So if you crit them, you get an extra d10 of damage. Yeah, you really do want to prepare bow shots because they do less damage than melee. That's something we're going to get into later. The real value of hunted shot is that it saves actions for you. It lets you do more things with fewer actions. And that's one thing that I think he did not catch on when he discussed Magic Missile. When he said that the optimal way to cast Magic Missile is to use all 3 of your actions to shoot off 3 missiles. Sometimes you want to preserve your actions. Actions are a resource too, not just your spell slots. You want to have more actions so you can do more things to protect yourself, help your allies. Not, and I say this in my response video, not everything is your individual DPR. Demoralizing the enemy before you make that hunted shot will debuff the enemy against all of your allies' attacks against that same enemy. Also, make that enemy less accurate against your allies. So, there's all these things you can do.
Is no different than 5th edition, by the way. And I know that this is the exact point at which all the response videos will likely have paused to yell in disagreement because I use the phrase best thing to do here. But again, that's just their way of avoiding talking about the game's mechanics with trying to catch my thesis in that perfect gotcha moment. Of course, guys, of course the players don't have to do the best thing all the time. Of course, okay? If that's all the discussion you have to offer, then you're really missing the point. And I would argue that you're missing the point on purpose because you're experiencing cognitive dissonance. Feel free to disagree with me, but that's my opinion.
I see a comment saying, LOL, we're exactly talking mechanics. To be fair, after his first video, there wasn't a lot of people were not clear on what his point was, what he meant by illusion of choice. So there wasn't a lot of this discussion. And in fact, the meta was not as well developed in the Pathfinder 2e community at that time compared to now. And in fact, this the arguments and drama, you can call it, around this series of videos itself is what kind of prompted a lot of the meta to develop. People arguing, actually, it is Pathfinder is more interesting than you presented as Taking 20. So yeah.
But for fun, let's take a direct comparison between the Pathfinder Ranger choices and the notoriously bad 5th edition Ranger class. For this example, we'll pair our 2 Rangers with a buddy and slide over into a fight between a pair of nasty wights, since both of those creatures are considered by their respective systems to be a CR3. And we'll set the level for all 4 of our characters to level 5, since that seems to be a good benchmark for really both game systems. Our level 5 Pathfinder Ranger has just picked up Natural Medicine at level 5, so they can use their nature skill to treat wounds. Meanwhile, our level 5 D&D Ranger has gone Hunter Colossus Slayer at level 3. And just so we can make the comparison really as equal as possible, while I won't give the Pathfinder Ranger any magic items, okay, freely admitting that, I will give the 5e Ranger simple moon-touched weapons just for the sake of overcoming the 5e White's damage resistance, which the Pathfinder White does not have. Here, we have two identical combats taking place. For the sake of the argument, let's just say that this is already in the middle of combat, but neither the Pathfinder's Hunt Prey or the D&D's Hunter's Mark are active at the moment. And I won't even go into the details for the fighters just to keep things simple. On the left, I think y'all's left will be here, side of the screen, you have the Pathfinder 2e game, and on the right, you have the 5th edition game. Let's examine for a moment a basic strike and basic attack for our two systems so we can see what the numbers look like. For our Pathfinder Ranger, they currently have 18 dexterity, which, after being moved to expert for martial weapons from the weapon expertise class feature, that gives them a plus 13 modifier at level 5 to hit with their longbow. The Pathfinder White, as listed on page 332 of the Pathfinder 2e Bestiary, has an 18 armor class, giving our Ranger a whopping 80% chance to hit, and because any result of 10 or more in excess of the target's AC turns our success into a critical success, we also have a 30% chance, which is to say rolling a 15 or higher, to land a critical against our White. Or to be more specific, we've got an 80% chance to hit with 30% of that number representing our odds of critting. Now, this doesn't tell 100% of the story because of how the multi-attack penalty works, but we'll get more into this here in just a moment. Looking at our 5e Ranger with a current dexterity score of 16, that gives us a plus 8 to hit after our proficiency mod and our archery fighting style. Turning to the White, as listed on page 300 in the D&D 5e Monster Manual, we see that our target has an AC of just 14, which gives our Ranger a 75% chance to score a hit, with 5% of that being our critical range. Now, let's slide back over to our Pathfinder Ranger as it's their turn. So what we're going to do here is go over a few different options based on the game's core mechanics and design that the Ranger might take, right? They might take as their set of actions. And for argument's sake, we're going to start off with the most obvious set of actions with Hunt Prey, Hunted Shot, Strike as our option 1 as a sort of baseline. Now, notice that I did not use the word best here, right? I replaced it with simply most obvious. Because I think when I used the word best in my last video, people tried to just really jump all over it in a very disingenuous way. Like, oh, he said best. He's a power gamer. We heard it. He said best. Good game.
His point is, though, that it's the best, right? Right now, the point is that it's the best.
Game, guys. Good game. We got him. He said best. We got him. Nothing to see here. Move along. Power gamer. That's all it is. So I'm replacing the word best here with most obvious set of actions. And I think it describes really what I'm talking about even better. It's the most obvious choice of actions. Okay, so option 1, they could Hunt Prey with their first action.
Oh, Ed is leaving. Thank you for your contributions, Ed. I didn't see Ed's last... Oh. Okay. Yeah, this video has been is its own thing. But thanks for giving us the info on that Age of Ashes campaign, which I think is a good, lesson for gaming. Okay.
Triggering their Hunter's Edge. Then with their second action, they could, guess what? Hunted Shot and fire 2 shots, with the first as an 80% chance to hit and 30% chance to crit, triggering the longbow's deadly trait, followed by your second shot as a 55% chance to connect and 5% chance to crit. And then, with their third action, they could strike, firing a third arrow with a 30% chance to connect and a 5% chance to crit. 30% of the time, on just that first shot alone, we're dealing an average of 23.5 points of damage, or 24 points of damage, or in essence, roughly half of the White's average 50 hit points. A very effective choice that utilizes the first feat choice we made during character creation, right? Go figure. We picked a feat, and we're using it. In addition, I've included a few more numbers up on the screen here for a frame of reference. Because of how the Hunter's Edge triggers only once a turn, I'm not going to go into the details of the full math, okay? You'll just have to take my word for it, or maybe not take my word for it, I guess. I don't know. Option 2. Let's say the ranger has been shooting their bow a lot and wants to mix things up by moving up to engage white number 1 in melee combat to cut off and protect.
Okay, some people have caught on, but there's a few issues here. I don't know if this. I guess now is okay to bring it up. A lot of people have seen this video, but he's gonna say that this is gonna be better than running up to it in melee. And he's gonna compare the math. A couple of things. He is disregarding the volley trait of the longbow. Longbows have the volley trait, and if you're within 30 feet of the target and this white is 30 feet away, then there's a -2 penalty to your attack roll. So you're going to be less accurate using your bow than if you're to go up and fight them in melee. It might actually be more optimal for him to spend this action to back away, this first action to back away, so that he it doesn't incur the volley penalty, and then make these attacks. And I'm not sure what... he's also not... okay, I'll say that for now.
Option 2. Let's say the ranger has been shooting their bow a lot and wants to mix things up by moving up to engage white number 1 in melee combat to cut off and protect their fighter companion. For this, they'll stride up next to the white and then use quick draw to retrieve their melee weapon and strike as one action, and then strike with their third action. Assumingly, we'll just have to continue to hold our bow with our other hand, which is perfectly legal in the rules, and that's why we didn't need to stow it first or drop it. In this instance, I am assuming the ranger has a short sword equipped instead of a rapier for that versatile trait to deal slashing if need be. And because the short sword has the finesse trait, so they can use their dexterity modifier in place of that strength. That gives us a single attack at an 80% chance.
Okay, there's no reason to use the short sword. The rapier... the short sword and rapier are both martial weapons. And the argument for using the short sword over the rapier is that it can do versatile damage types. It can do slashing or piercing. For the rapier, it is that it has the deadly trait. It does more damage on a critical hit than the short sword, so there is no reason for him to choose the short sword in this situation over the rapier. Because he's only looking because damage type doesn't matter in this simulation. The only effect of choosing the short sword is to lower the average damage of the melee weapon he's choosing, compared to what he's going to say is the optimal rotation, which is the longbow attack. So it's not the best example of melee, and he's trying to make the point that... Anyway, I'll keep going. Short sword also has agile, says someone in chat. That's true. And in this scenario, because he only does one round, the second attack never comes up. So the rapier would have been better math. Okay.
To connect with the same 30% crit chance as the bow's first strike. And guess what? A single attack at 55% chance.
Oh, wait, it does... He does make a second attack. I'm wrong on that. So the math could be better for the short sword, possibly, but I don't think so. Because there is that significant rapier critical chance on that first strike. Another thing I'm going to point out is that I think when I crunched the math, it was apparent that he didn't give any strength bonus to this ranger. The short sword is only doing 1d6 damage. I think he did not give it a striking rune. I'm not remembering that part, but I'm definitely remembering that. And why is this important? In Pathfinder, melee weapons do more damage than ranged weapons. Ranged weapons do not add dexterity to damage. You might get a composite bow that adds half your strength modifier to damage, but that's still less than the damage you're going to get from a melee weapon, which adds your full strength bonus. Plus, there are melee weapons like Great Sword or Great Axe that do a d12 of damage that are not being used in this example either. And also Pathfinder is generous with ability boosts. You get 9 ability boosts at level 1. It's very easy by level 5 to get a 19 dexterity and 18 strength if you want to. 16 is easier still. So that would be a substantial boost to the damage coming from the melee weapon. And the trade-off is that you are also exposing yourself to more powerful melee attacks by the enemy also. And you still have to move up to an enemy to hit them.
Chance to connect, with 5% of that being our critical range. This, of course, will also forego the Hunter's Edge bonus completely, so no additional D8 there. And, of course, the Ranger won't be able to utilize their Hunted Shot feat on their
Oh, he's using the Hunter's Edge that gives you the precision damage, the extra D8 of damage with your first successful blow that turn. So he has a scenario here where Hunter's Edge was not activated because he had to stride up to the enemy and use his action there instead of hunting prey. Because you can use hunt prey to affect your melee weapons as well. Even though this ranger is a quote-unquote archer, he can still get that precision damage with his short sword. And I say in my rebuttal video that if the white, in the scenario, to have a more direct comparison, the white would have been right next to the ranger, so that you can have so that the distance between yourself and the white would not mess up the comparison. Yeah.
following turn unless they reverse actions and retrieve and use their bow. This gives us an average output of 3.8 points of damage and Hunter's Edge bonus completely. So no additional D8 there. And of course, the Ranger won't be able to utilize their Hunted Shot feat on their following turn unless they reverse actions and retrieve and use their bow. This gives us an average output of 3.8 points of damage.
I heard this, but it wasn't clear to me until now, but he is talking like he thinks Hunt Prey only works with his bow, when that's not true.
On the first attack and a 2.01 on the second with a strength score of 10, which is a decrease from our first option of a whopping 65% on average. If we were to compare the difference in the maximum potential damage, that's a drop of 69.3%. But that doesn't tell the whole story. Because
I'm just going to repeat. Okay, the first strike has a 65% downturn in damage. One, he didn't factor the volley trait for the longbow. Two, this weapon that he chose does not have the deadly trait, which the longbow has. And also, it would have done more damage if he had done what most rangers who built this character would have done, which is to have a decent strength. What else? Yeah, I think that's it.
Because we should also consider that the Ranger is now engaged with the white. So they have, in essence, granted the white an additional action here. Because prior to the Ranger's move, the white would have, at minimum, had to at least spend a single action striding to either the Ranger or over to the fighter. However, it now can freely stand in place and take all three of its actions attacking the Ranger back. So not only have we decreased our own deficiency significantly, but we've also boosted the effectiveness now of our enemy.
In this scenario, let me use the bathroom really quick, but because I need to sort out my thoughts about that. All right. Oh yeah, like the video if you haven't yet. Boost this in the algorithm. Get him in front of more eyeballs right now. Yes, that's my cat Megan. Okay. I feel like if I thought more, I'd have more points to make right now. But this, by his logic, it's never optimal to be in melee for this character. But there are situations you sometimes want to have melee characters in a party. I mean, you draw attention from the enemy, particularly brute characters like the White that are restricted to melee attacks. Let's say other members of your party, maybe that fighter's at low health right now. There's a value in drawing fire as well. And if your character wasn't built for melee, you shouldn't... I don't know. What am I saying? Also, you have a bow that needs you to put more distance between yourself and the enemy, and in these tight corridors, that might be a disadvantage to you. You're always needing to spend an action to get away in order to avoid the volley penalty. So there's issues with that if you're in close quarters. What else? But yeah, I mean, in this particular scenario, yeah, if you're only comparing the amount of damage you're doing and the amount of damage the enemy is doing in isolation and not looking at what's happening with other party members, their health pools, and also if you're ignoring your own volley trait, this will seem like the mathematically best option. He is saying this is the best option. I mean, the bow is the best option.
With this choice. For brevity's sake, I won't go into the statistical differences for this White. I think it's easy enough to evaluate as I've already presented it here. Moving on to option 3, we could instead choose to jump to the finder's aid and engage White number 2. So for our action here, we would stride 25 feet, counting every other diagonal as 10, followed by a 5-foot step to get into our final position. And finally, quick draw with a strike. This is a slightly better option for us.
Okay, there's something canned about this scenario. He chose a dwarf who has a 20-foot speed, and he positioned the dwarf to have to spend 2 actions to get to this spot when that wasn't necessary. The dwarf could have been right here, and then he would have 2 actions for this option 3 to make attacks with.
As it allows us to flank for our attack. So this time we have a drop in average damage of 70.3% and a drop in our maximum potential damage to the White of 84.6%. Now again, this also is a set of actions that would completely ignore your hunted shot feat and your hunter's edge bonus until you decided to switch back to that most obvious choice of actions here on your next turn. However, something to consider is that the fighter now has a flanking partner as well. But before we dig into that, we could also argue that yes, while the fighter can now flank, so too can the second White. Both would get that additional 10% boost to their chance to hit, which is why, again, for brevity's sake, I'm not going to go into all of the little minutia of it. Also, it would be kind of ironic for people to argue with that as the point of this exercise is to evaluate the game's mechanics on what your expected set of actions would be versus trying to be creative and mix things up with the core game engine and to illustrate your point of increased effectiveness and trying something different in a real world example. For this ranger, you simply had their counterpart in the fighter really do nothing more than their most obvious set of actions to really take advantage of those rangers' choices here to try to be more creative. Bottom line.
No, that's a straw man. He just said, if you're arguing for option 3 being just as effective as option 1, you are proving his point because you're talking about optimization, but that's not true. If you're saying option 3 and 1 are equal in value, you're disproving his point. You're just saying there's more than one option here. Yeah, I see people saying, what's the fighter's build? Yeah, if that dwarf had been 1 square to the north, he could have moved, hunt preyed, then quick draw, and got that precision damage. I mean, everything's tainted now. All the map is tainted by the fact he's not hunting prey with his melee weapons, and that they have been deliberately positioned away from the enemy, which is not always going to be true for your archer. Sometimes, newsflash, you're not going to be positioned away from the enemy. And what else? Okay, I wanted to say this, that it's not... he only mentioned a skill feat to natural medicine that this ranger has. But you can get skill feats for awesome things to do in Pathfinder combat. Bon mot, if you want to insult the enemy and debuff them with a quip. Battle medicine, to heal somebody in the middle of combat. If you're doing all of those things, you are not going to be doing the same thing every turn. And that's just 2 examples. Your skills can there's a lot of interesting skill actions in Pathfinder. Yeah. There are no skill feats in Bossing Say, says Nicholas. Saren says option 2 doesn't work with the setup anyway. It doesn't take 1 stride to go into the white's face. That's true too. Yeah, and the thing too is if there's an action cost to using hunt prey that he's not factoring. There's time as a factor. Your third attack again is not going to be very accurate. And so maybe you don't want to trigger hunted shot. And what am I going to say? So there are times when you don't want to use hunt prey also. That happens too. What if an enemy has 6 hit points, like a level -1 goblin warrior? You're not going to need to hunt prey against that. Or what if somebody is just 1 blow away from being knocked out? Or 1 round away from being knocked out. You might not want to hunt prey against that creature. Because you're just going to have to hunt prey again against another creature next turn. So there's an interesting choice in managing your actions that because of the 3-action economy and the fact that everything is exchanged for another. Kojo has to go to bed. Thank you. Sorry it was such a long video, but the VOD will be up. We're going to get through it. Okay, here we go.
Yes, the ranger helped the fighter, but they also increased the effectiveness of both whites in the process with flanking of their own. But, Cody, I can hear you saying, combat isn't always about the most damage. Yeah, I totally agree. So let's have the rangers really mix things up and do something wild and crazy here for a 4th option.
Okay, we're about to go into the 4th option, which is going to be a strange one. Yeah, on the whites being able to do more damage to you, he's not factoring in the fact that you do more damage to the enemies when you're in melee with them. In my rebuttal video, the ranger's backup weapon is a great sword, a great axe, and has a +3 or +4 strength, and has comparable damage to the longbow. And he doesn't have to worry about being 35 feet away from the enemy. Anyway, I recommend that video if you haven't seen it yet.
Just for kicks. It's going to be a silly example, but for kicks, let's do something wacky. Option 4, just for fun here, they could stride to the white, engage with the fighter, and with their free hand, trip, which, runs the risk of the archer just falling over prone themselves. Then they could even attempt to grapple the white on the ground to hold them in place for the fighter with that 3rd action. This, of course, would still trigger the multi-attack penalty because both trip and grapple have that attack trait. So,
okay, I'm just going to point out, mechanically, in the fiction, it might sound like a cool idea, but mechanically, if what you're trying to do is set up the fighter and the fighter's attack, you've already tripped the enemy and he's already flat-footed. Grappling the enemy just makes them not able to do... That makes them flat-footed, which you've already done, and has a couple of other effects. Makes it harder for them to use manipulate actions. It's like a 20% failure chance. And they cannot use other move actions. They're immobilized. So they can't even stand up anymore in this case. It has other additional effects that are defined. But because this is a DPR analysis, he's wasting time doing the grapple because it doesn't add to the fighter's DPR. So this is... Anyway, it's having effects. The grapple, the last action, is that he's not going to account for in his analysis.
The grapple would be at a -5, and, of course, it would use the ranger's strength, not their dexterity modifier, and then, the ranger would also be prone for the other white, but after foregoing...
Okay. You don't need to be prone to grapple something that's on the ground. That's not in the rules. Maybe in the fiction, you describe it that way, but it's not necessary. And you can grapple you can put your foot, you can stand on them, you can do something to grapple them, and not debuff yourself. So that's a drawback that's not true.
3 attacks with a weapon that crits 30% of the time on the first shot, the ranger has still accomplished a lot. Because whenever the fighter goes, guess what? The white now has a -2 penalty to its AC, but in a way cooler way than just flanking it. Now, the white, of course, doesn't actually need to be standing to use the strike action.
Yeah, let me think. Yep.
So it only takes a -2 to hit the ranger who's grabbing it, but since... technically the ranger also has the prone condition, that's actually a wash. And
no, the ranger's not prone, so the white is going to be less accurate against both the ranger and the fighter.
Of course, the second white still standing would in turn get the same bonus to hit the now prone ranger as the fighter has against the first white, but at least we had this fourth incredibly satisfying option available to us. Because, as many of the comments and criticisms I received this week said, Pathfinder 2e's robust combat system is really all about getting more creative and using those skill actions in combat to shove and grapple and trip people. So at least we got to see what really getting wild and wacky with some good old-fashioned shenanigans could do for us mechanically. Are there other options than just these few in this example that the devil's advocate could type up in a response for that perfect but Cody, I would do this or that, or I would grab a rope and then start running around the white like they were AT-ATs? Of course, there's other options, but because of the game's mechanics and how the game is designed and how the feats work versus the basic combat choices presented to us by Paizo, none of those options are really even close to being genuinely decent options in combat as just standing there and shooting your bow because of the feats that you've taken.
Okay, he's saying that the feat, specifically, the only feat he's talking about is Hunted Shot. The one that lets him it's not about making more attacks, it's about having better action economy. It saves an action so you can do something different from attacking. That's what Hunted Shot does. But he's saying that it's just better than tripping and grappling. He only talked about the fighters to hit chance and then the ranger being prone to hits from the white, which the ranger didn't have to be. There's other advantages to tripping. They have to waste their own action to stand up so that they don't have the prone condition and don't have that -2 penalty. You've taxed them in action. And if you're facing a higher level creature, let's say an ogre at this level, if you take an action away from them, that is like 1/3 of their actions that they lost, and the party has lost 1/12 of its actions. I learned this from Knights of Last Call. Thank you, Knights of Last Call. Yes, Megan. Now, and grappling wasn't a complete waste either. Sure, the prone creature, the prone wight, was already flat-footed, but by grappling them, if they're a spellcaster, they have a 20% chance of not casting most spells. They're gonna have to waste an action to escape from your grapple in order to even stand up. And escape is its own action. Swing Ripper, I don't know if you're in the chat, but Swing Ripper loves to be wrestlers. The wrestler archetype, and this is what he loves to do. He likes to grapple them, I think, when they're on the ground. They have to spend an action to try to escape, which they might not succeed. And even if they succeed, that incurs the multiple attack penalty. Escaping does. Then you stand up. And in the case of our ogre, they now only have one attack against the party, and it's not their best attack. It's very impactful versus making a third attack with your bow. And this is an action that any character can do. Skills are awesome in Pathfinder. If you have a decent strength and also invest in your skill increases in athletics, you can do this.
It's not just that the other options are worse. Notice how I use the word worse and not bad. Is that they are so much worse that choosing them means you are clearly, purposefully extending the combat for your group unnecessarily. And I would argue that for a system that supposedly is the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme for creating interesting combats and characters, I don't believe it to be particularly delivering on those expectations. But let's be fair. Does the 5e Ranger in this circumstance, in this snapshot, have a better set of options, really? The 5e Ranger, unlike the Pathfinder 2e Ranger, in this snapshot, does actually have an additional concern: spacing. Most likely what the Ranger should, and earnestly most would do, is bonus action cast a spell of Hunter's Mark, then fire twice with extra attack, and finally move further away, because they don't want to take damage and have the wight trigger a concentration check to lose one of their beloved spell slots as they continue concentrating on Hunter's Mark. It's a subtle difference, but it is a difference, and we should take note. As you can see from the numbers listed above, we have an average damage from the first shot as 8.65 damage, and our second shot we have an average of 9.25 damage to the wight, for a total of 17.9 average damage with this set of actions as our baseline. There was a fun bit of math here, as we had to calculate the odds and percentages of these shots triggering the Hunter's Mark, and how many of the second shots that connected would have had the Colossus Slayer trigger if we didn't connect previously. And I did find it...
Colossus Slayer? What is this? What kind of Ranger is this? I don't know. I mean, is it something that only benefits the bow versus the melee attack that got snuck in? I don't know. I'm gonna look it up. Oh, if they're below their half health. Okay. All right. That doesn't impact the bow more than the short sword, so I don't think it matters.
Interesting that our most obvious set of actions here were less than a single point of damage on average different than our Pathfinder example. So kind of interesting. Keeping things as apples to apples as we can.
Wait, what did you just say? Sorry.
And I would have had the Colossus Slayer trigger if we didn't connect previously. And I did find it interesting that our most obvious set of actions here were less than a single point of damage on average different than our Pathfinder example. So kind of...
Okay. But both systems have different scales of damage, so I don't know if that's that interesting.
Interesting. Keeping things as apples to apples as we can. For option 2...
Not apples to apples, because movement's free in D&D. So that's going to improve the melee option already. One might say, in fact, that things are too samey between melee and ranged attacks because movement's free. And we're about to see that. No.
The Ranger could also move up, just like the Path...
Ooh, the speeds are different. Good point by Snow Edwin. This is a elf who I assume has a 35-foot speed. At least 30 in this example.
Pathfinder Ranger and engage with the first white in melee combat, which does have the interesting...
Another thing that's different is that Hunter's Mark didn't cost any actions. Hunter's Mark is a bonus action spell in D&D. And here he's choosing to have Hunter's Mark apply to the melee attacks. So Hunter's Mark, because it is its own bonus action, is possible to use in the melee attack versus in Pathfinder. So it's not quite... it's going to make melee seem more viable here versus the ranged attack, because it's kind of... it's not competing with your other actions. Which I think makes action choices more interesting. Anyway. Hunter's Mark is also a potential resource strain, someone says. Yeah, you can't do it all the time. But anyway.
Added effect that they, unlike our Pathfinder example, might dissuade the white from piling into the fighter's combat because the 5e Ranger could then trigger an opportunity attack. I mean, this is a subtle but nuanced difference in the core combat mechanics here.
Yeah, you can lock somebody down in 5e. There's more, you have more control over an enemy if you get in their face, because it will trigger an opportunity attack if they move away. It also has... that rule also means there's less movement in combat in 5e, because movement is disincentivized, which has its own issues.
Here that, of course, we should consider. Though, I will admit, I don't hold the disillusion that one tiny opportunity attack will earnestly affect a Dungeon Master's decision that much. It probably won't. Let's be fair to both systems here, okay? I'm not really saying that. So the question is wading into melee combat and foregoing our archer fighting style here really worth it? Well, based on the numbers, I have to say, shockingly, it might be. I 100% thought that the numbers here would be a lot closer to the Pathfinder numbers and thus prove my point.
Yeah, Mario says fair comparison would have the 2E Ranger have some strength bonus. Yeah. I believe this 5E Ranger is using dexterity to attack and damage with their melee weapon, whereas the Pathfinder one is not.
But they just flat out outperformed even my expectations, where we had a drop of 65% of average damage for our Pathfinder example. Here, we only have a 20.6% decrease from 17.9 average damage to 14.2. And what's more, our maximum potential damage only dropped 12% from 66 to 58, whereas we had a drop of 69.3% from our Pathfinder example. I mean, that's kind of crazy. A 12% drop for doing the exact same thing versus a 69% drop. I mean, that's significant. Also, we haven't even talked about the fact that, unlike for our Pathfinder Ranger, our D&D 5e Ranger hasn't increased the efficiency for our white enemy at all.
Actually, I realize the fair comparison, if this point is that hunted shot makes hunted shot the thing you do every turn, then the comparisons you need to make is a Pathfinder Archer Ranger with hunted shot, using it versus not using hunted shot and doing other things like create a diversion, demoralize. It's how hunted shot I'm not being clear, but it's okay, I'm gonna give up on that because I'm a little tired. I've been streaming for 4 hours.
Which should absolutely be taken into consideration here. Another option is to have the 5e Ranger pile into the fighter's white, drawing a short sword as part of their move action with their free hand and sliding in behind the white to trigger the flanking bonus for those games that include that variant rule, as really it's probably one of the most common variants in use. I mean, if you don't want to include the flanking bonus and you don't think it's fair that I did, then fine. The numbers are exactly the same as our previous example. But if they decided to flank, it gets really interesting here. For the first time, and spoiler alert, the only time, we actually see an increase in average damage as our average damage jumps from 17.9 to 19.9 for an increase of 11%.
Okay. All right. He's using a variant rule, which I'm glad he said he is. However, it is a variant rule, and it would have been fairer to do a the default rules when comparing the two systems. And also, because again, movement's free, this is completely what he's disregarded is the action economy. For the dwarf, who has a slower speed, that's cost 2/3 of his turn to flank, whereas it was trivial for this character. I have a criticism of the free movement in 5e because it makes distances matter less. I think the fact that there are differences in that the situation on the battlefield changes because of the distance you have from an enemy makes combat more interesting. However, the way he's decided to slice this battle into this one round means that ranged attacks seem better in this scenario in Pathfinder 2e than the melee attack. Yeah.
Our maximum damage, however, is still the same decrease as our previous option, falling 12%, as really nothing changes here for that. And again, just like the Pathfinder Ranger, we should consider that our Ranger has now also granted the fighter advantage from flanking as well. Though, since we didn't go into the details for the fighter in that example, we'll do the same here and simply say that it's already enough data for this topic and point at hand.
So if he's saying there's interesting choices here, it's because of the variant rule he's decided to use, which it's not. Anyway.
Or finally, our 5e Ranger could do dumb and silly things just like the Pathfinder Ranger did, like running over to tackle the fighter's wight to the ground as a fourth option. This would be done easily with a move and then the attack action using the first attack to make a shove attack to push them prone onto the ground, and then the second action or extra attack to grapple. So just like the Pathfinder example.
So if he's cheating a little, he chose level 5 so that they'd have 2 attacks so that they can do this at all to begin with, which wouldn't be an option to a lower level martial character.
Well, this gets a little fuzzy, but I believe in both examples the GM would have no problems really letting the players fall prone as a free action as part of that grapple attempt. Again, this seems silly, and let's be candid, it totally is, but mechanically, what does it do? Well, first off, the wight 100% still gets to attack the Ranger, just like the previous example for Pathfinder. And the sad part is that even though it's grappled and prone, because the Ranger is prone, the advantages and disadvantages would totally and completely cancel each other out, regardless of the fact that the wight has disadvantages from 2 sources and only advantage from 1 source. But if the 10 intelligence wight wanted to finish off a low hit point fighter, the wight would still have to escape the grapple and use half their movement to stand, giving them no further action economy to still attack the fighter.
This is because of the action system. It's because escaping would be its action. And that also would be true against player characters who are in the same situation. It kind of limits the grappled creature's options. And what was that point about this? It was a wash with the Ranger. Well, the Ranger wouldn't actually be prone in Pathfinder. That made no sense. In 5e, standing does not provoke an attack of opportunity. That's right. In Pathfinder, the trip was very impactful because when that wight stands up, the fighter will get an attack of opportunity because you can do that when something stands up in Pathfinder. It's like trading your attack for the fighter's attack, and maybe you want to do that because the fighter has that big old greatsword. I'm getting a little tired, so I'm reading your comments more to help me out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see talk about opportunity attacks. You're in bad luck if you have a reach weapon because they can dance around you in a bigger area. I would say it's more of a holdover from Theater of the Mind play, the way 5e implements it. Okay.
This is a small but noticeable difference from the Pathfinder example. And ironically enough, even in this absurd example, the Ranger's choice still had more of an impact on their game than the Pathfinder would, as we still cannot discount the fighter's potential avoidance of the damage here, or the fact that they now have advantage, even if your table isn't using the variant advantage rules for flanking.
Wait, what? Fighter gains advantage without need for variant rule. But the tripped white in Pathfinder was flat-footed to the fighter, so the fighter still had almost advantage. A +2 is almost as strong as advantage when you break down the math. And he didn't account for the fighter getting a free attack if it were to try to stand up. And he did not account for the fact that sorry, words, I'm tired. That there's an action tax for the white in Pathfinder to have to escape and also stand up. Huge debuffs against the Pathfinder white.
They would get it from this white being prone now. Now, just because I find this interesting, let's look at one more
Yeah, the Ranger didn't have to be prone, period.
example and say that the Pathfinder Ranger, that, hey, they did their hunt prey, they did their hunted shot and strike combo, and in turn, the 5e Ranger simply hunter's marked, attack, extra attack, without even using their movement. Let's flip the table and look at the whites here for a moment. Let's say both the DM and the GM have the white that was shot at move in to engage the Rangers. Okay, they make their attacks. Maybe they get hit, maybe they don't. Really, the only addition that might matter for is for the 5e Ranger so that they don't, again, drop concentration and have to burn another spell slot. Which might actually lend to a more interesting choice, by the way, for the DM playing out that combat. They could double up on the fighter, or they could try to get to the Ranger so that they drop their hunter's mark. As an aside, I would probably have the white attack whomever so that they drop their hunter's mark.
He's kind of implying D&D has more interesting choices here for the white. And because of concentration. Anyway, it's but that's as if to say, for the white, it's ooh, I'm sorry. I'll keep playing. Tired.
As an aside, I would probably have the white attack whomever taunted in character via roleplay, or even whomever the 10 intelligence white evaluated as the bigger threat after the first round of actions. Or sometimes, depending on the situation in total, I would just roll. That's just a little tip out there for DMs who struggle with spreading out their monsters to avoid feeling like they're picking on one particular player too much in a campaign. But I digress. Now, it's the Rangers' turns again. Here's a great example of why I'm saying the Pathfinder core game mechanics do not lend to interesting choices, but rather an illusion of choice. Now that the Pathfinder...
I think it's about to get into the fact that the Ranger in 5e is going to have disadvantage if it attacks the white, because when an enemy is adjacent to you, you get disadvantage on ranged attacks. Whereas in Pathfinder, that's not true. Pathfinder chooses to have a different impact on you if something's in your face, which is mainly the main thing being is that they don't need to spend actions to hit you. It costs them an action to run up to you otherwise. You do want to make more... Having more distance between yourself and the enemy is going to help defend you. And so that's one thing. I know I have other thoughts, but again, I'm tired.
And a Ranger who is using a bow has had a melee combatant close in on them. Let's see just how much it has affected their choices. The only problem is that it doesn't. Yes, you heard that right. The Pathfinder Ranger still can just stand there, firing now 4 arrows right into the face of the white.
He's forgetting the volley trait of the longbow, which gives him a -2 penalty to his attacks within 30 feet.
White, with that first arrow still having a 30% chance to drop half of the white's life total on average without any penalty. Literally, the Pathfinder Ranger...
He is setting up what he just said before, that the white will make 3 attacks against him next turn. So that's still true, something he acknowledged before to make a point that there wasn't interesting choice in Pathfinder. Here it is, you do want to make more distance between yourself and the white and spend some of your actions to tax them actions. You do, that is an interesting choice, I think. So yeah, anyway, in D&D, you don't want to move away from an enemy because that'll be an opportunity attack against you. They get a free attack. In Pathfinder, it's there's an argument to walk away, there's an argument not to. Because of the action cost you impose on a melee enemy, at least, to have to walk up to. It's just a different trade-off. And arguably, I would say that I like Pathfinders more because it allows for more movement in combat. Yeah.
Ranger's most obvious option is still to just stand there and try to finish off the white with hunted shot, strike, and then strike again. Some of you might be saying, but Cody, shouldn't the white get an attack of opportunity? Shouldn't the white being up on the ranger give it at least a penalty to shoot? The answer to both of those questions is simply no. It does neither of those things. There is no penalty to shoot a bow right in someone's grill. And because of the changes Paizo made to attacks of opportunity, the white actually doesn't get any reaction here. The Game Master's choice to move...
But by not moving away from the white, you're now giving them more attacks, which is the same kind of thing.
The white into melee with the ranger has had 0 mechanical effect on the game. Literally.
Okay, I'm also going to point out one thing. It's kind of specific to the white, but you don't want to kill a white when you're in their face because they have final spite. If you reduce them to 0, they make a strike before being destroyed. So if you're using recall knowledge, you're going to learn that about the white. In general, you want to stay out of the grill of a melee enemy. In general, even if you are an archer, there are other things incentivizing getting away.
The positioning didn't even affect the game 1%. Super interesting combat choices, huh? I can hear you keyboard warriors losing your minds right now, so I will address the fact that yes, if the white had been a different monster with the attack of opportunity feature, shooting the bow then would have triggered an attack against the ranger. And yes, you're absolutely correct. I'm not denying that. But I went through the entire bestiary by hand and counted every single stat block, no matter how similar they were, to just see how many of them had attack of opportunity. My total, 55 out of the 411 stat blocks in the book. So that's just 13% of the monsters in the game.
Okay, there's another option here. Okay, if this ranger had, I think it's in my video, had actually been built to, first of all, this ranger was built to be a one-trick pony, to be one-dimensional, because they did not invest anything in strength. If they wanted to do well in melee, and if that player were to complain to me as the GM that I feel like I'm doing the same thing every turn, I would let them respec and have some better melee options. They could use that quick draw to pull out a great sword and do 2d12 plus 4 damage, and hunt prey first. And when they hit them, they'll get the precision damage from their hunt prey. So that's 2d12 plus 4 plus 1d8. And I think the math would work. It's going to be comparable to that longbow. It's just you're going to have an interesting choice between being in melee versus being in range, and all the pros and cons with that. It won't be a clear drop off in DPR.
roughly, or at least the first bestiary, they could get that single reaction attack. And because it matters, 9 of those 55 were versions of the same dragon. So I counted the young red, the adult red, and the ancient red each, and so on. So really, the variance of the monsters that have attack of opportunity isn't even really that high. Also, yes, the white technically has a reaction when it dies to attack again. So moving it there would theoretically matter if the player didn't know the stat block, which,
he did acknowledge Final Spite, so that is something he caught.
by the way, they shouldn't, okay? If you're a player, don't read monster stat blocks, damn it, okay? Worst case, if the ranger player was really worried about triggering
Wait,
an
did
attack of
he
opportunity...
just not realize recall knowledge is a thing? Let me rewind that. Because players can know things about monster abilities by the rules if they use skill actions to recall knowledge.
They show yes, the opportunity isn't even really that high. Also, yes, the white technically has a reaction when it dies to attack again. So moving it there would theoretically matter if the player didn't know the stat block, which, by the way, they shouldn't, okay? If you're a player, don't read monster stat blocks, damn it, okay? Worst case, if the ranger player was really worried about triggering
Yeah, I'm not sure if he knows about recall knowledge.
an attack of opportunity, they could have gone from 4 arrows down to 3 and simply just moved away 5 feet. The point really is all still the same. But what happens when the
Okay. I'm going to point out one kind of obvious thing. It's fine to get lost in the details, but it's the very nature of ranged attacking with a bow that you can attack from anywhere. It doesn't matter where you're standing, where your enemy is standing. That is something that you want. You want it when you switch to a bow. You want to have the versatility of attacking anyone in the battlefield and to threaten anyone in the battlefield. Pathfinder, compared to 5e, however, penalizes you by having you do less damage with your bow because you don't get to add your dexterity to damage. They made some choices to balance the bow so that you're doing lesser damage, but you have more ability to attack an enemy. You don't have to spend actions to walk up to things. So if you're trying to make a point that you have a rotation every turn in Pathfinder doing the same thing in all situations, whether it's in melee or, whether an enemy is far away from you or in your face, you've chosen the best example out of all the different builds you can have in Pathfinder to make a point, which I would say is not even really made here, but I think that this archer is was also curated for this example. It was chosen.
Issue is on the other foot. What happens when the white crashes down on the 5e ranger? Well, funny enough, the 5e combat mechanics actually kind of create a semi-interesting choice here for the ranger. Because the white is standing in front of them, they now have had their 2-hit percentage on each shot drop from 75% to 56%. And again, all that's happened is the DM chose to engage with the ranged character with that white and forego creating a flank against the other fighter instead. And it dropped the ranger's efficiency by 20 percentage points. Okay, 19 percentage points for those of you guys wanting to be semantic. It almost feels like the DM had an interesting choice to make there with multiple satisfying options. It almost feels like that.
Okay, he's saying this kind of with a attitude. But, okay, again, it's just a different set of trade-offs compared to Pathfinder 2e. It's not that there's a lack of trade-offs in Pathfinder 2e. And he's, again, forgetting the volley trait, which opposes a -2 penalty, which is almost as strong as disadvantage if you break down the math because of the, okay. I was going to say another thing, which is there's an argument that there's another problem here with 5e, which is you can take out a melee weapon, and because melee attacks and ranged attacks kind of do the same damage, well, maybe the greatsword does more. but it's not a whole lot more because you get to add your dex to damage with your ranged attacks. It's kind of like, doesn't matter whether you're using your melee weapon or your bow. That there's kind of another problem of things being too samey, basically, of the consequences of the choices you make not really existing. So, for the sake of simplicity.
Meanwhile, the ranger now has a genuine decision to make. Should they attack twice at a 56% success rate and hope to just finish the white off, or should they bide their time with a dodge action, granting their assailant disadvantage as well until the fighter can come in and help? Or should they just provoke an opportunity attack and risk losing their hunter's mark and an attack and subsequent damage from that white?
Wait, why doesn't this ranger have the melee weapon they just used in the other examples?
Really in hopes of just hammering them with damage in return is the trade-off to remove the disadvantage.
Because it's a free action to take out your other weapon. It doesn't cost you anything.
Advantage from the attacks worth it? Who knows? I'll take it one step further. Let's say we took variant human instead of the standard human, and now the ranger might even have a fourth good option for stepping back and provoking that attack, only to return fire with the sharpshooter feat activated.
Okay, you're not talking about feats, which are, a variant rule in your comparison, and that 5e anyway.
Damn, look at that. Look at the mechanical differences in 5th edition's core combat choices right here versus Pathfinder.
There are feats in Pathfinder. Anyway, are you saying 5e has feats? Wait, I'm sorry. I'll keep playing.
Pathfinders. Look at the black and white, undeniable statistical differences between just the positioning of a single enemy. Now, I'm going to say something right now before anybody else misconstrues my point because they skipped around and didn't genuinely watch the video and instead are just looking for clips that they can use out of context in their own videos or forums. Because context matters. I am not saying that I believe that Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition doesn't have repetitive issues in combat. Okay, I'm not saying that. I am not saying that I believe D&D 5e's combat is better than Pathfinder 2e's combat because of this one example. Although, really after digging into it, maybe I should. I am saying simply, the choices you make inside of...
He just tried to straddle. He's saying, I'm not making this point, but I am making the point, which is a bit annoying.
Of combat for Pathfinder 2e, which again, beating a dead horse, not character creation, but after initiative has been rolled. The core game mechanics inside of combat do not offer enough interesting choices for players during those combats to justify the over-complexity of the ordinary mundane actions that could and should be simply handled during roleplay. I absolutely stand by my point of players entering into a rotation of actions. Not because they've stopped and pulled out their calculators and figured out, well, if I do this and then I do this, and that gives me a 72% efficiency level increase over... No, okay? They do it because they went, oh, look, this feat lets me roll an extra damage dice when I do this thing. That's cool. Hey, look, this ability gives me a small bonus to that same thing too. Neat. It doesn't mean that they stop trying to swing from chandeliers or ride on a silverback gorilla's shoulders as a gnome. It does mean that the game's core mechanics nudge them to do the thing that they take their feats for.
I'll just point out, I think there's one thing, he's just kind of having not really seeing the action economy costs in general, because the examples he just gave, oh, this gives me an extra die of damage, neat. That makes me think he's talking about power attack. It's a level 1 fighter feat, but it costs 2 actions to use. So some situations you want to use it. Maybe an enemy has a resistance to your damage type, and so it makes more sense for you to get one big blow that does a lot more damage, where the resistance only applies it against your damage once versus 2 strikes. The other one giving you a +1 to an attack. There's like no feats that give you +1 consistently to all your attacks that you make. It's almost always situational. So And hunted shot, again, his example he's just used, just essentially means you can make a third strike or and sometimes make a second strike, but those are much less accurate. If anything, they increase your variety of your turns because you're able to make 2 strikes, and that's usually, a decent number. The third is when it really falls off, the efficiency, and still do 2 other things on your turn with your 2 other actions, or maybe 1 thing if you did hunted prey. That's the value of hunted shot. There's a juggling because you only have 3 actions of using how to use your actions. If there's a specific thing that's not accounted for, it is action economy. Action economy in this, side-by-side examples. And how it mattered in those comparisons. The dwarf had to use 2 actions to flank the white and wasn't accounted for. The white had to use an action to walk up to the ranger in Pathfinder, whereas it was a free action in D&D. That wasn't accounted for. So, anyway.
And after showing you guys the cold, hard numbers, I don't know how anyone could, in good faith, argue otherwise. And ultimately, my issue with the system is, what's the upside? I mean that. What's the upside here? Because the tedium of the crunchy system really just takes me out of immersion completely. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look, there are 4 degrees of failure for balancing on a mossy log.
Okay, this was what Ed talked about in their story of how their campaign went. He doesn't want... it seems like he doesn't want the rules outside of combat or for the skills outside of combat to be as defined as they are. And he doesn't think it's worth having that much crunch. And that is a fair reaction by a GM. But it's when he goes on to say that the crunch makes combat... that combat is boring and repetitive. That's a problem. I see Swing Ripper being sarcastic and yelling in all caps. Yes.
Log in the woods. These are hard-coded written rules, guys. I'm not making this up. You can pull them up in your books. There are 3 degrees of successes and failure for squeezing. I mean that. There are hard-coded rules that the designers took the time to write out for making a request that have 4 possible different outcomes for the game master depending on how high the player's character rolls on a d20 versus the GM.
He's saying this as if it's automatically a bad thing. But I think some GMs won't have that reaction necessarily.
DC. God forbid, guys, the GM in the group, just role play that. No. Pathfinder 2e needs hard-coded rules for making a request. And my point is any of that adding fun to your games? Is it fun for your group to have...
Again, as I said 3 hours ago, D&D's Dungeon Master's Guide has rules for requests. Page 244 and 45. It just doesn't pose it as this is the rule. This is something you may use, which is true with... which was true for Cody when running Pathfinder. If you're introducing flanking variant rules... Anyway, sorry.
Hard-coded rules that define the parameters for squeezing. For me, the answer is simply no. It doesn't add to any part of our game experience. Well, Cody, you could just ignore all those extra parts and rules that you don't like and house rule all those things. Yeah, sure. I absolutely could do that. But my question is why, though? There's already a game system for my table that ignores those tedious rules. I mean, look at this right here. This is a perfect example of what I am talking about. In the Dungeon Master Guide for...
Okay, I'm just going to repeat again, because this has been a long stream. There are rules in 5e for jumping that he's ignoring, not because they don't exist, but because he has an attitude of ignoring some rules that are actually hard-coded. 5e is not a rules-light system. Yeah.
5th edition. It lists both the standard rules and the variant rules for identifying a magic item in 204 words. Pathfinder 2nd Edition is spread out between pages 238, 503, 504, and 505, and including the accompanying chart and subsequent table referenced 10-5, takes the Paizo team 847 words and numbers to deliver their rules for the same process in their...
Yeah, but everything to the right, everything here is serving a function to help you determine DCs for every skill in the game. So that's not an equal comparison.
147 words and numbers to deliver their rules for the same process in their game. And to be fair to them, I didn't even include the paragraph of the rules that the 10-5 table was included in on level-based DCs. I mean, look, I can't be any clearer here. If you enjoy that, then great. I mean that. I said that in the last video. It shows that Paizo has a...
Okay, sorry, I have to... And it's because they want you to roll in Pathfinder. You don't automatically identify the item. Whereas 5e just kind of says, you identify it. You don't need much text for that. You just use a short rest and commune with the item. That's... Why is that your comparison? You chose something that's a non-mechanic almost.
A passion for this style of gameplay. It just ain't me. The trade-off of dealing with all these little rules that we got isn't worth the incredibly complex combat system. Because in my opinion, or really as I hopefully illustrated in this video with cold hard numbers, the combat system for Pathfinder 2e isn't very deep or rewarding for martial classes once you really dig into it, in my opinion. I will say that I don't find really much difference at all between the two systems when it comes to casting spells. Functionally, there's really not much difference in my 5e games and my Pathfinder games between my caster PCs. And this is probably because most of the Pathfinder spells take 2 actions of your action economy anyway. So in practice, side by side, they do seem practically identical, as each can in essence cast a spell and then make a move. It's very, very similar, and I wish Pathfinder 2e had more versatility with allowing players to get creative with breaking up their spells down and casting up, not with spell slots, but really with their action economy. I said in the last video, and I'll repeat it.
Anyway, I actually didn't know until watching this just now with you guys that his point was confined, more specific to martial characters, and saying they're not that... that they have this repetitive play in Pathfinder. He's not saying 5e is any better in this regard, but it's just interesting to me that because it's often the martials and what they can do on their turn is often lauded by many people new to the system as more interesting coming from 5e.
I think they had a great idea. I personally don't think that they really went for it enough to really rebuild their system, their spell system from the ground up and lean into these mechanics more. And I'm sure they had discussions about it during their creative process. It's not like I think that they didn't debate doing just that. I just wish they had really gone for it. As is, in my opinion, the spell system it's fine. It's not groundbreaking. It's not terrible. It's just fine. And if players throw fireballs in D&D 5e and then come over to throw fireballs in Pathfinder 2e, they'll feel right at home. The best thing I did this week was to take the whole week to produce a response. And you know, while I was making this script, I had to keep deleting it because I was so frustrated with all the responses. I was so mad. And I purposefully am leaving out any clips for all the response videos that I saw this week. Okay, I'm just going to cut all those out because there was no way to include them without kind of being a jerk to these creators and showing them disagreeing with themselves in the same video.
He didn't have to show their videos. I mean, what he didn't do was really represent their views well and what they were in this video.
These creators who might be maybe a little smaller than my channel, who might maybe not have an audience the size of mine to really lift them up and support them like I had this week. So for that, I just want to thank you guys. And I think, you know, doing that to them would just be lame. So I'm just not going to subject them to that because after seeing how cringy anonymous keyboard warriors can be this week talking about a game, singling out any of them would be a really mean thing to do, and that just ain't me. What I will do is say this. I watched the responses, and it was frustrating for me because in all the videos they would say one thing where they kind of undeniably agreed with me in my assessment of the mechanics, and then immediately they would turn around and just tell me to be more creative, which, you know, if I could speak candidly, I found to be a pretty insulting thing to say. I mean, it was a little arrogant of them to assume that they knew what the problem was without any information just because they were experiencing their own cognitive dissonance. And the funniest thing to me all week is how many times I heard their problem is, his problem is, and I actually never, not once in my video said we were having problems in this game. We're not. The game is fine. Now, we may move on to something else here as we've already ran this campaign for a year, so the group may make the decision to try something else out at the end of our next book. You know, I just don't know yet. But
Ooh, we now know that he's the one who decided to end the group, if what I'm hearing is right. And this part's not making any sense. He's saying that we didn't think that there's any problem with the system, but that's... Am I crazy? Isn't that what his whole first video was?
I tell you what, I'm going to give all these creators a pass this week because I think it's just better to let the scenarios that we examined earlier in this video speak their truths. However, there is one creator that I watched that I was rather impressed with, and I hadn't seen this individual before, and while they did not agree with me, the way they disagreed with me was notably civil. And their insights into the mechanics clearly came from a place of being able to dissect them in an objective way. So I really just want to take a moment here to plug Tommy over at Black Dragon Gaming, and I'll throw a link down to his channel below. If you guys and gals are interested in hearing more insight on Pathfinder 2e because you guys like Pathfinder 2e, maybe go check Tommy out. See if he's got some cool stuff for you. Now, there were a bunch of silly little criticisms for me this week that I want to show you. I got a pretty good chuckle out of, like, I made this video because Wizards paid me to, or that all I care about is D&D, or that I'm the worst person on the internet, or something. To which I'll say, you know, I'm sorry you feel that way. But you know what? Even if you hate my guts, because I had some criticisms of the game that you guys like to play the most, I hope that if you see me at a convention, assuming, by the way, that we ever even have them again, that you come up to me and say hello. If you want to come up to me at Gen Con and tell me how wrong I am about this mechanic or that mechanic, or ask me if I've ever played this system or that...
This feels a little gaslighty. Saying he's the friendly guy, he's the one who's willing to talk to me. No, this is kind of BS.
That system, please, please, please do. Because I love to meet new people. I love to talk about role-playing games. I love to talk about game design especially, and I love marketing.
I'd be happy to, if there was another video, I would consider a civil conversation, but I don't have an obligation.
And I will be more than happy to share a beer with you and chat about the things we love, even if we don't agree on those things 100% of the time. At the end of the day, there are plenty of people that will love the Pathfinder 2e role-playing game. I just happen to find that the oversaturation of rules and crunch doesn't add anything to the game for me.
Yeah, I'm just seeing some echoes in the comments. He just said the one person that he recommended people see, he said they had an objective. They looked at his video objectively. So what does that make all of us? Ooh, there's just it's kind of a oblique way to kind of disparage everyone else.
Because
the illusion of civility. Yep. Yeah.
Pathfinder 2e is a game where you'll never have to make it up. You just have to look it up. And for me, that's just not my preferred style of running a game. But it might be for you, and that's perfectly okay. I, of course, want to give a massive thank you to all the incredible patrons.
Okay, this is the... Yeah, someone had said, when he said it wasn't for me, that was the best part of the video. That is true. And he kind of continues in this video what he did in the first video, which was to kind of, kind of mischaracterize people who... what am I trying to say? He went on to say, as if it was objective truth, that the combat was not interesting, when I think there were flaws in how his scenario played out. in that there actually were more interesting choices, even for the one-dimensional ranger he made. I saw some comments as to what Cody's doing now. I'm a little I think he may have moved on. I think that there was some kind of a wave of criticism he got after this video. His channel's metrics have not been as good since it happened. But I thought at least during the OGL crisis, he would post something. I think he's just moved on for whatever reasons he has. Decided he gets more joy from something else. That's fine. Other comments. Let's see. NorCal says, honestly, his first video should have been PF2, we had fun, but it isn't for me. And left it at that. Yeah. And it would have been a video that I would have... I'm finding some... Now that I'm trying other systems, and also seeing other styles of play, and how Pathfinder's crunchy combat might get in the way of certain kinds of play. I think of a take that would have been like... I had some issues doing roleplay scenes with these rules in place, and also the combat was sorry, I'm very tired, but yeah, just the first thing would have been fine. It seemed like he had to put out something that kind of presents Pathfinder as not doing something well at an objective level when it just wasn't his kind of game. The Stormwind fallacy strikes again, says Ponytail. If I'm right, that's the fallacy that that crunch and a style of play that is min-maxy and optimizing precludes roleplay. You cannot roleplay. I hear that phrase used a number of ways. One is that a player who likes roleplay cannot enjoy optimizing. That those are two mutually exclusive things. Errolorn Wolf tip: if you can't think, get Megan dinner. I did get Megan dinner. Okay. All right, it's been a long stream, folks. I thank you all for your patience. We have over 300 views. We've gone through the main event. And yeah, I'm going to keep this stream up and also include timestamps for future reference. If people haven't yet, please like and subscribe. And also join the Discord that I include the link to and join our community. And check out the video where I do a full combat simulation showing the many interesting choices that there are in a Pathfinder 2e combat. This was the fourth in my law school series. I've been doing a series, I'll show it on my screen, of videos designed for people who are exploring Pathfinder 2e, considering whether to check it out and play it or run it, and want assistance, want help in learning the system. So I'm just going to show the little law school series plan I have on my screen. And what's going to be coming up next. I'm just going to do that really quick before we go. Sorry, hold on. Awkward silence. And yes, I Love Lucy is playing in the background. Okay, and now my hard drive is starting to chug in order to access a file. Okay, I just wanted to show a screenshot. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Whoopsie. So we just did this. And next I'm going to be doing a video covering the 3-action economy. And these are also not only tutorials, but opinion pieces, kind of targeted towards folks who are mostly D&D 5e players. Yeah, and I think I'm going to cover the controversy that's been coming up recently of 5e players who are frustrated by the fact that it costs an action to stand up. It costs an action to stow your weapon away before you spend an action to climb 5 feet. I'm going to address that. So that's it. Any final comments before we go? Zolgathor says, thanks for doing this. Much appreciated. You're welcome. I've wanted to do this for a while. A round table of 5e players and PF2 players talking about their games would be fun. I'm going to have some more discussion prompts in my D&D YouTubers Learn Pathfinder series, which everyone should join my Patreon because there you'll find the full videos of me teaching Pathfinder 2e to the Dungeon Dudes and running a Pathfinder 2e for the Dungeon Dudes, Kobe from D4 Deep Dive, Offbeat Outlaw, Dungeons and Discourse, other people I'm forgetting because I'm spacing out, Monkey DM, Monty and Kelly of Dungeon Dudes. I said Dungeon Dudes. The Dungeon Coach. And Swing Ripper is reminding me about if you want to learn Pathfinder 2e and play Pathfinder 2e with strangers, my Discord server is a great place to do that because we have an organized play system where GMs can run whatever they want, and you have a consistent character that starts at level 1 that you can take from adventure to adventure. It's called the Endless Tale Tavern. And there's people there who can teach you Foundry, who can walk you through and answer your questions on making your first Pathfinder 2e character. And we also talk about WotC drama and D&D, the new edition, that they're not calling a new edition. So there's a great community there, and you guys got a preview of the community in the chat today, too. Yeah. So I think I need to close it to some point, and people can continue the discussions. I'm going to, I think, create on my Discord server a special post under videos. You'll find it where I usually post links to my videos as they're published for people to discuss a video. If people want to continue this discussion, it will have a specific place. So that's it. Yes, that's it. Thank you everyone for watching, and I will see you later.